kidnappers. They live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panawata the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa yellow the film. And the Kirigaya. Mama said I want to go. I got no one to Lumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you never did a one.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Amunishiwi, Amunishi. So Ipade di Ojo Igbo. Igbo new. It's called Igbo, not Igbo, by the way. But that guy is not full Yoruba. That was MC Olomo, of course. Telling you that well, loosely translated, what was being said in that little ditty, loosely translated, is saying if the town belongs to you or the town belongs to us, we will decide it on the day of voting. You know, so if the town belongs to you or the town belongs to us, that will be decided on the day of voting. So thank you. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. I know that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you're having a gloriously. And by the way, whatever you do, stay with us. Hold on. Something very, very important. I'm going to show you something very, very important in the course of this session. Pardon me. So whatever you do, stay with us. I'm going to show you something very, very important in the course of this section. I'm going to be showing you a video proof of Peter Obi and his movement plotting to rig they were actually plotting to rig the 2023 elections, but that still obtains. So proof of it's a video capture, and there's no equivocation as to what's being said. So I'm going to play you that clip in the course of this session. So make sure you hang around. We have proof, and I'll be forwarding this clip that I'm about to play you. I'll be forwarding it on to the DSS and to INEC sometime tomorrow. It's not sometime yesterday, because then I would have done it. So I'll be forwarding this clip that I'm going to play you. I'll be forwarding it on to the DSS and INEC sometime in the course of tomorrow. Now today where I am, but good day to you. So wait in anticipation of that one. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Hope you are having a gloriously wonderful day so far, and the glory of that day continues for reasons of spending it in the company of your favorite Oyo Alaafin man. I am your favorite Oyo Alaafin man. You know. So I am your. I don't know if you guys know that I am partial to a little bit of brandy sort of a thing. You know, so I drink brandy a lot. So if you see me drinking a lot of water, it's to rehydrate myself. So so what was I saying? Yes, I was doing the opening greetings. So click on the like button. Why don't I just go to that? So all that I'm doing that hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm just buttering you up so I can invite you to click on the like button. So why don't I not just patronize you and go straight to the point? I am inviting you to click on the like button because for reasons of the YouTube algorithm, it triggers it. It shows that there's engagement with the platform, which then encourages the algorithm to recommend it to other people. So click on the like button. And the same logic applies, the same argument applies to why I am inviting you to click on subscribe as well. So like and subscribe. Good to see you, Agbadorian. So did you see Morocco hold Brazil to 1-1? I was watching that. That's why I was pushing the time back. You know, it'd be interesting. And I was so glad that South Africa was beaten as well. I think all Africans are glad that South Africa was beaten. Click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Subscribe if you have not done that already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you click on, let me send it again so that it is immediate to hand. If you do want to come and join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into the studio, and then you can engage me in conversation. I always invite, and I lost her after I anchor after the conversation. That's if you want to know what I get from it, is the conversation. That's what I delight in the most. That's the only thing, because then I want to have conversations with my peers about what is going on in Nigeria. And we're lucky enough that a good 80%, 90% of the people that come here, they are highly knowledgeable and vast in the Nigerian experience. So the conversation is always so rich and enriching, and that is what I delight in. So if you want to come and be part of that conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then come say hello to one man. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Say hello to me in the comment section, and super chat towards the stream. Super chat towards the stream. Nobody does that anymore, but more importantly, say hello to me in the comment section, and like and subscribe. Let's acknowledge the hellos. So, and by the way, Daddy Baba Ahmed, he continues to throw jibes in the direction of the Peter Obi space. I think that guy he still wants to use the leverage of Peter Obi in order to continue his political journey. But rather than being Peter Obi's Man Friday, being Peter Obi's Man Friday and bad boy, is now somewhat of an adversary to the obedient movement. But that guy needs to tread fairly carefully, because his popularity in politics is very much aligned to the obedient space. The people that give him the attention, what propelled him to national prominence, and his trajectory post the next cycle of elections and into the future, is very much enraptured with all of the warmth that he has engendered within that obedient space. So if it destroys that relationship, then it will go back to the anonymity that it once was. Because a lot of these politicians don't know that politics is current and concurrent. That's what politics is. Politics is current and it is concurrent. If you look at the names we were conjuring with about 15 years ago, we were talking about Aliu Babangida, who was then the governor of Niger State, battling Goodluck Jonathan. That's what we were talking about. And all of these sort of characters. But who even remembers him now? That guy never thought that his life would dim now. So politics is current and concurrent. You have to be relevant and continuously so in order for you to continue to maintain the public attention. So if this guy, and the whole relevance of Dati Baba Ahmed is all enwrapped around that obedient narrative. So he needs to tread fairly carefully. I know that it still needs to lever Obi for its continuing relevance in politics, but he needs to be trepidatious in how he navigates that space. So with some trepidation, so we'll be talking about that. We'll also be talking about Aisha Yesufu. Apparently, allegedly, she was offered a ticket to the House of Representatives. Remember, of course, how she was so ignobly. Do you remember how she was humiliated when she was gunning for imagine somebody that is a greenhorn in politics. It's a bit like Omoyele Sowore from 0 to 100, from a nondescript non-entity with no antecedents in politics to president. And this one now, from just some online noise making to one of the most lusted after posts in Nigerian politics, which is the FCT senator. So how can you go from a non-entity, just some social media person, to become the senator of Abuja? What is the antecedent? What is the correlation? What is even your relationship with that space? So they offered her as a make way, just because she does command some form of attention, which they will still need going forward. They offered her a House of Representatives ticket. And this Aisha Yesufu, I think it's the sapele water they drink, which see from Edo, and they are partial to Ogogoro over there. Maybe she suffered a momentary lapse, a brain fade, or maybe it was the rush of the sugar from the Ogogoro that they drink where she comes from. She says she's too big to go to the House of Reps. too big from what standing point? From one standing point. So we'll be talking about that as well. And then, of course, Omoyele Sowore, he was summarily beaten up in yet another protest. This guy now needs to know that he's very much in the uncle bracket now. I think his children will be in the mid to late teenagers now. Some of them should be entering university now. So all this on the street, aluta, it doesn't have the physicality for it anymore. And I think that, but he knows only one thing. You know, I often use the phrase one trick pony. One trick pony. It's like you go to a circus and then you see an animal. Have you ever seen a performing seal? The seal will spin around in a pool, and then the handler will give the seals a sardine, and then they will make them jump through a loop, and you'll clap in marvel and wonderment. But then when you go back tomorrow, the seal will still spin round, it will still jump through that hoop, and then they will still give it a sardine. So that the circus comes round once a year. So the next year you go back to the circus, that same seal is still going to spin in that pool, jump through that hoop, and get a sardine. Do you know what they call that? They call that a one-trick pony. A one-trick pony. So Omoyele Sowore, to all essence, is a one-trick pony. It knows no other than aluta, 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 ahoy. That's just it was quite revolutionary when he was doing it as a student union person, but then that was 40 years ago. Still on the streets, round about in his mid-50s, I suspect, still aluta, 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 ahoy. Because he has no other trick. One trick pony. Just aluta, 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 ahoy. But his body cannot maintain it anymore. Even though he likes to pretend that he's down with the youth, it's not a, people stay forever a youth in Nigeria. You will see a 60-something-year-old youth leader, So where does it become an elder? At what point do you become a middle-aged, never mind being elderly? By all definitions and ramifications, Omoyele Sowore is a middle-aged man, but he's still down on the streets, down with the kids, aluta, 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 ahoy. But then that aluta is physicality. But I saw him on the street, and I saw him actually on the floor when he collapsed, and it caught such a pathetic figure, big-bellied, rotund, because when we all spread into our middle ages, you cannot help your body changes. It was like a beached whale on the floor. It was such a tragic and a pathetic image, So, but then what else does he do then? Does he become a serious politician? Does he become a serious enemy? It's too late now. Forever until the world comes to an end, that is all you ever get from Omoyele Sowore. We no go gree, aluta, 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 ahoy. So aluta, 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 ahoy maybe we'll be mocking Sowore. I don't know. I don't think I want to mock him, but we may well mock him. The Obi Kwakwan. So actually, let me bring this up and then we kick it off. Please don't forget to be clicking on the like button. Be subscribing if you're not already subscribed. Come join me via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links to your friends and family, and super chats towards the stream. The people saying hello so far, Agbadorian Omotinobo, of course, that's Agbadorian right there. Let me just acknowledge the hellos and then we kick it off. So that's Agbadorian Omotinobo right there. That's Ufoma Michael right there. That is Olatubosun right there. Oshunleti, so there is right there. That's Yomite right there. Yomi to his friends. So that's Yomite. That's Larry right there saying hello. Good to see you, Larry. Hopefully you come up at some point, Larry. It's been a while since we. So keep saying hello in the comment section. Anytime I pause for breath, I'll acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. So this is Obasanjo endorsing the Kwakwanso Obi movement. So Obasanjo, a lot of people actually feel that Obasanjo is playing a three-dimensional chess play with the Nigerian political space. a lot of people, and I include myself in those people, actually have the under the back of the mind conviction, some sort of residual back end of the, just a subconscious, but almost really a conscious, but not verified sort of a thinking that Obasanjo is actually a Tinubu man. Obasanjo is actually a Tinubu man, and if you look at the way the politics, if you peel through the layers of complexity of the Nigerian political dynamism, you will land in the thought. It's so obvious that Obasanjo is actually working for Tinubu, because he did the same trick in the last cycle of elections when he pushed Obi to break Atiku's vote so that Tinubu would win, and he's playing the same. So if it worked the first time, why not play it again? So Obi is nothing but a bullhorn in order to clear the space so that Tinubu can pass through. That was the purpose he served in the last cycle, done by Obasanjo, who he thinks, why would Obasanjo back somebody like Obi? He doesn't give a F-U-C-K about Obi. He doesn't give a fuck about Obi, to be honest with you. Pardon my French. But then, of course, Obi is a useful tool in the hands of people like Obasanjo. And we'll also be talking about Obi coming out to tell us if he ever becomes president, he's going to release Nnamdi Kanu. So that was captured on video as well. So a lot of things for you to, a lot of reasons for you to hang around and wait. But before we get to that, let's get to this. OK movement leadership meets Obasanjo as former president backs Obi Kwakwanso. So there it is right there. Leadership of the OK movement, a support group for the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC presidential and vice presidential candidates Peter Obi and Rabi Kwakwanso on Friday, met with former President Olusegun Obasanjo ahead of the 2027 presidential election. This is coming amidst reports that Obi and Kwakwanso are currently enjoying the support of Obasanjo as the much-anticipated elections draw closer. The OK movement, in a post on its official X handle on Friday night, said its leadership held a powerful and strategic meeting with Obasanjo on June the 12th. So June the 12th, of course, Democracy Day. Did they declare a public holiday? I think they did. According to correspondence, the meeting reaffirmed our shared commitment to a stronger, more united and progressive Nigeria. The wisdom, experience, and leadership perspectives as shared during the meeting will further energize our efforts to build a movement that is people-centered, forward-looking, and anticipated to advancing the Nigerian cause. The OK movement remains steadfast in its mission to mobilize, empower, and rally the new Nigerian movement towards greater unity, growth, and prosperity. So essentially, we met with Obasanjo and he said, go on. So that's essentially what that is telling us. Nothing more, nothing less from that. Let's go on from that to this one. Makinde reveals whereabouts of abducted pupils teacher. So they do know where they are, but they can't go in all guns blazing. Otherwise, those children will be sacrificed. So let's just take a couple of paragraphs. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde said pupils and teachers abducted from schools in Yawota and Ohari is some community in Orire local government area remain within the wider Oyo Old Oyo National Park axis. Correspondents report that Makinde disclosed this in his newsletter released on Friday, saying security agencies were intensifying efforts to secure the victims' release 27 days after abduction. The governor acknowledged the anxiety amongst families and communities affected by the incident, describing the situation as deeply distressing. So that's Makinde right there. So we do know because the principal of that school has come out. The bandits actually sent her out to communicate with the government and the society, and the principal actually came out in one of those clips to tell that the bandits are saying the security agencies should move back because they are getting too close. So that is to tell you then that they are surrounded, but they can't go in all guns blazing. Amechi finally agrees to become Atiku's running mate. So this is it right there, and there it is right there. And that is the end of Solomon Grundy. Was this not the same Amechi that was telling us that our power must retain in the South, and that if power does not retain in the South, that is him gone and done? So there it is right there. No permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent dollar interest. Amechi finally agrees to become Atiku's running mate. Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Atiku Abubakar, has picked former Transport Minister Chibuike Amechi as his running mate. The immediate past chairman of ADC in Rivers State, Leader Samson, confirmed this to correspondents on Saturday. Amechi contested for the ADC presidential primary election but lost to the former vice president. Prior to the primary election, Amechi declared that he did not buy the ADC presidential ticket to later become vice president. Amechi also vehemently rejected the outcome of the primary election, which some aggrieved party members alleged was rigged in favor of Atiku. But when asked if Amechi has accepted the vice presidential role, Leader Samson simply said yes. So we always knew. So all of the ringman role, we always knew. We've always said on this platform that was the ticket anyway. That it was always going to be the ticket. Even if Peter Obi had been there, Rotimi Amechi will get that ticket because Rotimi Amechi, he has a lot of funds. Peter Obi has no money, and they are not convinced that Peter Obi still has any votes left. What's all this now? Why are all these people hiding their? Oh God, I'm not paying for anything, so don't worry. And I'm not taking any advice either. So. Anyway, this just tells us that an American lawmaker endorses. I hate the way they do. Oh, all right, let's just skip through that one. I cannot bear this. All right. Do you remember that army guy, the army spokesperson that was captured by the bandits, and some of us were actually thinking it was just a scam, that it was just drama, it was theater, that he orchestrated the whole thing to make the government look bad. Apparently, allegedly, he has died. Abducted ex-defense spokesman Major General Abubakar dies in captivity. So I think this is death rather than killed. Is probably more my reading of it. But let's see what this has to offer. Retired Major General Rabi Abubakar, a former Director of Defense Information, has died in captivity 2 weeks after he was abducted alongside his wife in Katsina State. The Katsina State government confirmed this death on Saturday, saying the retired military officer died from complications. So yes. So I didn't have the sense that they were going to kill him or they were intending to kill him, but he couldn't access his medical needs. It seems to be what's happened. So abducted ex-defense spokesperson Major General Abubakar dies in captivity. Do we need to go any further? I think that tells us what we need to know. Retired Major General Rabi Abubakar, a former Director of Defense Information, has died in captivity 2 weeks after he was abducted alongside his wife in Katsina State. The Katsina State government confirmed his death on Saturday, saying the retired military officer died from complications arising from diabetes and hypertension whilst being held by his abductors. So that's pretty much all it is, isn't it? There's not much more that is there anything else that adds? Nothing adds or but his wife is still in captivity is really more the tragedy. You'd have thought, of course, you don't expect any human sympathy from bandits, but you'd have thought that that would have been sufficient enough for them to let his wife go. But alas, no. All right. Do we? If there's a video to this one, do you remember this guy, Pastor Mbaka, that told us that the Lord told him that Peter Obi was going to win the last elections? I wonder if he's saying some. I just saw it. I just thought I'd bring it forward. It's been, we're getting to the prophecy space, isn't it? When all the so-called men of God will start coming up with what the Lord told them. Do you remember when who's that one from Edo State that is always sleeping with women? Oh, what's that one? Oh, what does he call himself? Johnson Suleiman. Do you remember when he told us that Hillary Clinton was going to be the president of America? I took risks for him. Father Mbaka finally breaks silence on P. Toby. As spiritual director of Adoration Ministry, Enugu, Nigeria, Amen, Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka has spoken publicly about his past relationship with former Anambra State Governor and Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi, said he took significant risks to support him during his impeachment ordeal. So they've gone, they go that far back. I didn't even know they had the relation. So it's actually talking about when Peter Obi was impeached, and he was impeached for stealing money, by the way, and not following due process. If you go and read the details of Peter Obi's impeachment, I think that was in 2007. It was for stealing money and not following due process, essentially. Mbaka made the remark during a church program on Friday whilst responding to criticisms from some supporters of Obi. According to the cleric, he played a key role behind the scene when Obi was impeached as governor of Anambra State, insisting that many of those who now publicly support the former governor were absent during that period. Mbaka stated he was not a problem to Obi and questioned claims that he failed to support him. The cleric also cited several individuals whom he said were witnesses to events during Obi's impeachment, including Chris Umba and Cletus Ibeto. So there it is right there. So with those obedience, they're just launching and attacking any and everybody. NDC Aisha Yesufu rejected House of Reps tickets. This is Riker Dixon. So it'd be interesting, the battle between Sirika Dixon and Aisha Yesufu is one that I'm looking forward to, because they are both street girls, the two of them. Sirika Dixon is a street girl. Aisha Yesufu is also a street girl, if you understand what I mean by that. So they're both street girls. So I'm looking forward to the, rolling around in the mud and the gutters between the two of them. Aisha Yesufu rejected House of Representatives ticket. This is Dixon. National leader of the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC, Sirika Dixon, says he and the party's presidential candidate Peter Obi offered Aisha Yesufu a House of Representatives ticket, but she turned it down. Dixon made this disclosure while speaking at the party stakeholders meeting in Abuja. This comes following the recent internal political wranglings within the party. Recall that Yesufu, in a post on her verified X handle on Thursday, said Dixon seems to be fighting a war no one is waging against him. Now, talking about the FCT, do you know that Peter Obi and I offered Aisha Yesufu a House of Representatives ticket, but she turned it down? House of Representatives that people are fighting for, she said she's too big. So she's too... Oh, God. In fact, that Nigeria is a theater of the absurd. It's just a tragic, pathetic sort of a space. Ashowore collapses as police fires tear gas at June 12 protesters. This guy now, you know what Zita was saying to me earlier on? He says, does this guy realize that he's now at the uncle stage of life? You know, anybody that sees Soworena, they refer to him as uncle. Even all of the followers, they can't call him by his name now. They have to call him uncle, Uncle Show or something. They will call him uncle and then try to guide by calling him Show. You know, it's at that phase now. He's not. Or look at the people he's on the streets with. Near do wells. Look at this one right there. You would know the one here wearing the beret with the glasses. You will know that nothing good has ever come or likely ever to come from a character like this. Look at that. This one is half, you know, is half gone now. The drugs, the mental hemorrhaging. This one is half the Bolugi, half human. Look at that. But there it is. Sowore collapses as police fire tear gas at June 12 protesters. Armed police officers on Friday tear gas peaceful protesters demanding an end to worsening insecurity, the release of abducted school children, and improved governance in Nigeria. The protesters, led by human rights activist and presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore, had set out from Berger bus stop and were heading to the federal secretariat to present their demands to the government. As they approached Eagle Square, security operatives stationed in the area fired tear gas canisters at close range, dispersing the crowd and causing panic among protesters and passerby. Sowore was amongst those affected. Witnesses said he inhaled the fumes and struggled for breath before collapsing. Our fellow protesters quickly moved him away from the scene and rushed to his assistance. The situation worsened when police reportedly fired another round of tear gas whilst Sowore was receiving attention, triggering further confusion and forcing many demonstrators to flee. Despite the crackdown, protesters later regrouped and continued their march, insisting they would not be intimidated. Addressing journalists afterwards, Sowore said Nigerians must be liberated from what he described as the shackles of oppression. So just move on, my guy, man. Aluta, ahoy. Just drop the dead donkey. That's just what that is. Drop the dead donkey. The donkey is dead. They cannot offer his service. Just move on, dearly man. You're just a nuisance more than anything else now. The goal was to kidnap the former power minister's mother. This is one of the suspects from the rescue mission that the police carried out to rescue that particular situation. So I'm not going to read that actually. Let me leave that there. What else do we have? Is this going to let us read it or we read that one? This is the one that is hiding behind a paywall. Not a paywall, but it wants me to remove my ad blocker. The moment you remove your ad blocker, your whole screen will just be populated with all manners of funky nonsense. All right, let's go on from that today. So with this one, I'm going to play you this clip. This is Yusuf Dati having this dig. As I was saying in the intro, this is Yusuf Dati having this dig at the obedience way. So I need you to tell me if you can hear the volume. So tell me if you can hear the volume. All right. So tell me if you can hear the volume before it continues to play on. So can you hear the volume on that clip? Did you hear anything? So I'm waiting for you to tell me. So you tell me if you can hear the volume. Did you hear from the clip? Did you hear Yusuf Dati speaking? No audio. All right. Thank you. So let me play you a little bit of music. I have it downloaded and I can play it to you from the studio, but it is important that we hear it in real time. So let me play you a bit of music and I'll see if I can fix it. So it's important that you hear it in real time. What do I want to play you? Oh, let me play you this interesting clip. This is I have this one in my studio. I've not yet used it. This is somebody listen to this actually. This clip I'm about to play you, it tells you that the problems we're contending with, it goes far back.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north and did as he was told. And what he was promised was this: the real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do with this. They said, hey, you're just a...
So one of these days, we're going to address that particular clip. That's just a snippet from a longer interview. That guy goes on to tell us, I'm not sure if he said it in this clip, because I had to go out of the studio and come back. But one of these days, we're going to address that interview. That guy goes on to tell us that Nnamdi Azikiwe, he stole a lot of money, and they used the blackmail of that money that he stole. It was from a particular bank, that they used the leverage of that money that he stole to blackmail him. So we'll at some point, I have so many things that I want to bring to you guys' attention about, the timing, something more important current comes up, and then we have to address that instead. But let me know if you can hear the volume now. So let me know if you can hear the volume now.
The North, the northern part of Nigeria, particularly Muslim North, may not vote for Peter Obi and Kwankwo and Soul tickets.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Can I shake your hands?
Yes.
First, these people are always eager to attack. I said it is very unlikely that the North will side with, will support Tinubu.
Can you hear it now? Oh, all right, brilliant.
I'm sorry, Peter, would be very unlikely because I know what I have faced. If you want me to repeat, when I jumped onto the ticket.
I want you to listen attentively to what this guy has to say, because what he has to say will come into play in the months to come. So what he has to say is very important. So listen very carefully. There's a lot of archived Obi missteps that will be brought into play as we get closer, as we enter the campaigning season and we get closer to election day. there's a lot of archived Obi missteps that will come into play. And a lot of these missteps is, some of these missteps is what this guy is about to list now. So even I have them in stock, you know, I have them on file. And a lot of these things will come back into play. So I want you to pay keen attention. So he knows all of these things when he was trying to sell us the dot product that was Peter Obi. So pay keen attention to what the Mauritanian has to say.
Very unlikely, because I know what I have faced. If you want me to repeat, when I jumped onto the ticket, I had to contend immediately with ID card. I want.
So when he said he had to contend immediately with ID cards, so a lot of you may know what he was what is referencing, but for those who don't know, he said they had to contend immediately with ID cards. So when Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State, he was forcing the Northerners to carry ID cards to easily identify them. So there's more to it, but I'll let him speak and then I'll come in after. So when Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, he was forcing the Northerners to carry ID cards to identify them, so they're easily identified. So you state your name, your state of origin, etc., what you do, what you're doing in Anambra State. Anambra State, of course, being part of Nigeria, and those Northerners being Nigerians too. So when he's saying he had to immediately contend with ID cards, that's what he's referencing. But it gets even worse.
I wonder how Konkoso immediately with onto the ticket. I had to contend immediately with ID card. I wonder how Konkoso, who flew from Kanu to Anambra to go and challenge Peter Obi. Why are you driving?
All right. So pay attention to that as well. So he says he wonders why Kwakwanso, who flew immediately from Kano. These things are all documented, by the way. All of the newspaper clippings, everything that transpired in that time, it's out there. I have some of them myself. So at that time, Peter Obi was raging against the Northerners, tearing down their mosques, putting them on ID cards, and really repressing their life in Anambra State, to the point that Kwakwanso, his running mate, who was governor of Kano State at that time, he flew from Kano to go and query Obi that, why are you riding so aggressively against the Northerners? This was what he did now. It's all documented. So this Kwakwanso now that is telling us that Peter Obi is the best thing since sliced bread. He traveled from Kano State to go and wag fingers at Peter Obi to say, let my people go. Why are you attacking the Northerners so aggressively? That was when they were both governors back in those days.
You know, those kind of. When I jumped onto the ticket, I had to contend immediately with ID card. I wonder how Konkoso, who flew from Kano to Anambra to go and challenge Peter Obi. Why are you driving? You know, those kind of. How he will now go back to Kano and contradict himself? No, this is not what happened. I smuggled Peter Obi to Borno, to the Caliphate, to Kano, to Zaria, to do it, to get him, to market him. So I sorted that problem of ID card, mosque demolition. Yes, Daddy.
So mosque demolition, like I said, Peter Obi demolished, I think it was about 2 or 3. If anybody knows the number count, let me know in the comment section. I think I know at least of about 2, but I know certainly he was demolishing mosques in Anambra State. And of course, we all know the Yes Daddy tape, when he told us that the last cycle of elections was a war against Islam. He said it. He said it now. If you want, in fact, that one is still on my studio, you know, so I can play it to you immediately and right now. When he told us that the 2027 election was a war against Islam. So these were the things that Yusuf Dati had to contend amongst his own people, contend with amongst his own people.
To get him to market him. So I sorted that problem of ID card, mosque demolition, yes, daddy. No. That's what I said, very unlikely, and it remains very unlikely. They shouldn't try that nonsense with me that they will start attacking me because I have more damaging things to say.
So that is Yusuf Dati right there telling us that he's going to destroy Obi. He say if you do anyhow, you go see anyhow. Is that not the street lingo? If you do anyhow, you will see anyhow. So that is in England they say come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. That was Yusuf Dati right there cautioning the excesses of the obedient space. So now let me play you this one. Let me see. Do I have the? Oh, there's one more that I want to play you. So let me bring it up. So now this next one that you're about to see now is Peter Obi promising then his followership from the Southeast. I think, and I'm not saying all of his followership are from the Southeast though, but this particular outing is geared towards the Southeastern demography. So here is Peter Obi promising them that as soon as they make him president, he will release Nnamdi Kanu. Watch this. I don't even have to add anything. Just listen. I wonder if Obi paid any attention to the court proceedings because they leveled a lot of charges against Nnamdi Kanu. Calling people names was no audio. I really hate it. Okay, let me just play to you from the studio. Let me just play to you from the studio. I had the anticipation that we might experience this, so I downloaded it. So listen to this.
I've said repeatedly that there's no reason for keeping Nnamdi.
That's right.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no reason whatsoever that you cannot arrest somebody because he was speaking on radio, he's calling people names. Doesn't make sense. Everybody can tell you anything. I'm a politician, people call me some names. And I don't think calling me names have anything to do with it's an offense. It's not an offense. So for me, I said it that even all agitators, if I'm in government today, I will discuss with them. I will engage them. I will consult them. Because I believe that they have a reason for whatever they want to do. It's only by engaging them that we'll learn and see how we can solve it and everything. And that's my own, but I'm not in position to do anything today. You're talking about an issue.
So there it is right there. I don't think there's too much of an equivocation on what's being said there. There is no reason for Nnamdi Kanu to be held in custody. He said Nnamdi Kanu is being held for calling people names. So we ran through the Nnamdi Kanu trial on this platform. There were a lot of charges leveled against Nnamdi Kanu. I have no recollection that calling people names was one of them. It was terrorism and killing people. That's why they locked him up. And you see that the judge, Justice Omotosho, in reading out that, if you want to listen to that judgment again, we can go and bring it back. You could hear that it was so pained. It was so every sinewing of his being wanted to give that guy the capital punishment. But the political tension of that space, because we're battling the Americans at that time, so there was a lot of focus on the Nigerian space at that time. So he couldn't pass that death penalty. But you could see that all of the instincts and all of the training and all of the experience of Justice Omotosho was to confirm. I think he even mentioned it, that the guy should consider himself lucky that it's not giving him the capital punishment. So all of the charges leveled against Nnamdi Kanu, and we ran that trial on this platform. I never heard once that they were prosecuting him for calling people names. But that is Peter Obi right there telling you that he sees no reason why Nnamdi Kanu should be in custody. That's one. And at the moment, he's not in a position to do anything about it. That's two. So that is a tacit. In fact, it's not even a tacit promise. It's not a tacit promise. It's a categorical statement. If he's saying he sees no reason why Nnamdi Kanu should be in custody, and it's not in a, but unfortunately, it's not in a position to do anything about it right now, then that is to tell you then that as soon as Professor Omokwiton, or whatever his name is, the INEC man, Joash Omokwiton, as soon as he announces that I hereby declare Peter Obi president, Peter Obi will grab the microphone from him and say, release him, release Nnamdi Kanu immediately. So that's Peter Obi making the promise. You know, he makes these satellite promises to all pockets of so many vested interests that follows him. So that was an IPOB crowd right there. You could hear from the interaction that that's an IPOB crowd. And his promise to the IPOB is that as soon as he's released as president, or as soon as he's declared as president, rather, then Nnamdi Kanu will be released. So there it is right there. And the rest of Nigeria wants that guy to be given a capital punishment, of course. But Peter Obi has other ideas. But let's go on from there. I did promise you. Oh, before we get to that, let me see if you can hear the audio. You know, it really pains me that when you cannot hear the audio on these clips, because I like to pause it, interact with what's being said, and then I carry on. But if I play it from the studio, it doesn't allow me to pause it and interact with the clip. Hopefully you can hear this one. Tell me if you can hear this one. Oh, all right. People are saying they can't hear it. So let me play from the studio. So I will not be able to pause it to interact with it. But what Charles Soludo is telling you in this clip is that to all intents and purposes, Anambra State is a ghetto. And it's not even me saying it. It's the governor, the first citizen of that state, telling us that Anambra State is a ghetto. And he's saying the reasons why Anambra State is a ghetto is that it's because the people that preceded him as governor, they never did anything. So there was no foundation for him to build on. So it's now going back to the ground level to start to build foundations for Anambra State. He describes that his predecessors never did anything, and Anambra State is a glorified ghetto. So listen to him.
Best time to have planted a tree was 20 years ago. But the second best chance is we are rescuing our cities from being slummed and going nowhere. Because in the next 45 years, you expect about 38 million people in this state. Without the kind of thing we are doing today, it will be impossible for people to move around. And that's why we are dualizing and gazetted all trunk A roads for dualization. It should have happened before. But we will dualize the much we can. We are in a haste so that people will be able to move around. Whatever we're doing here, we're very intentional. We ask the question, how will it fit in the next 50, 100 years? And that's what we're doing. That's why this visit is very critical. There are basic things you have in a place that you can call it a city. Without them, that is no city. Currently, Nnewi has grown as, if you like, a chaotic ghetto, as it were. but we're going to breathe life into it. I could to Ife and my father, where the ma, or that's also. But not for Anambra of the next generation to rescue this.
All right. So he goes then into his native language, which I'm sure a lot of you would not understand, but you did understand. He told you that none of his predecessors did anything. And in fact, even I called it a glorified ghetto, he called it a chaotic ghetto. So Obi did invite us to go and verify, and we've been to verify. So I promised you then this, you see this next clip that I'm about to play you now, I will be forwarding it to the DSS when I wake up later on today. So I'll be forwarding this clip to the DSS and to INEC. This is a clip of Peter Obi and his followership plotting to rig the then 2023 election. So there was a lot of attacks on INEC server to the point that they had to shut the system down. And a lot of that attack, a lot of everybody knows came from the obedience space. So this is where they were plotting that attack against the INEC server. Watch this.
To Lagos, to here in Canada, that are working for you. You don't need to know us. It is being funded by us. We don't need anything. We just need you to tell us if it's tomorrow when you get to California or when you're talking to the chaps in Colombia, you see one or two things, send us and say, can your app do this? Do we have this? So that, because you see, we have to start thinking of things that it is not just money. Tinubu can go and do anything. Like I'm not saying this to disparage these men. In their own capacity, they've done well, but this is not their. They say this is. He says this is his turn. It is our time.
Yeah.
His turn.
Absolutely.
Our time.
Yeah.
Right. So all I'm asking, my question to you is just this: as you go on your journey, think of technology. Because these young people, this is the language they understand.
Yeah,
it's not just
absolutely.
about Twitter and the rest. If you can think of those things, then let us know that we will imbibe it and we will win this election for
By the grace of God.
So I'll be forwarding that particular clip to the DSS sometime tomorrow. So that, without equivocation, is a plot to rig the election by the obedience space. And we also saw the attacks on the INEC server that was subsequent to that statement. So that was the plot by the Peter Obi followership to rig they attempted it, and I'm sure they've embedded a lot of obedience in INEC now as employees. So that the elections to come will be a chaotic mess. We'll be talking about technology in the after spill of voting. That's what the conversation will be about. The next cycle of elections, we'll be talking about uploading. We'll be talking about anomalous numbers and technology. Everybody will become an IT expert in the after spill of that election. So that's that. So let's end it on a positive note. The delectable Bianca Ojukwu, the eminently capable Minister of Foreign Affairs for Nigeria, has gone to Ethiopia to rescue our people from the prison cells there. So here is Bianca Ojukwu being applauded by the detainees, the inmates, that she has gone to facilitate their rescue. So that's Bianca Ojukwu right there. That's somewhere in Ethiopia that is effecting that good work. Everybody knows there's nobody that I'm a bigger fan of than Bianca Ojukwu. So that's Bianca right there. Is there anything else that I have for you? Let me see. I think we've done the circle. Let me play you the Kegite music. The link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to come in to agree or disagree with how I'm positioned so far, come in. Let me play you the Kegite music, then we'll see who turns up. The Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niruwa Gweteme, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Patrick Uche. Good to see you, Patrick. Hopefully, I won't regret that statement. Rational mind in the house as well, world peace. So those are the assembled so far. Anybody else that wants to hop on. Good to have you here, gentlemen. Let's kick it off. We start it off with Patrick. We do 5 minutes so that nobody's held for too long. Patrick, floor is yours. Good to see you, Patrick.
Yeah, one man. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning to you.
Caro.
Lavia.
One man.
What is good morning in Igbo? You know, beyond Kedu, I don't know any greeting. Kedu is the only greeting in Igbo.
Otutu Oma.
Otutu Oma. Okay, maybe
Esana Shi, Bona Shi.
Otutu Oma will do me for now. All right, good to see you. So, yeah, what are you looking at in the politics? Peter will be plotting to rig the elections, releasing Nnamdi Kanu and all this sort of wild thinking.
Peter will be plotting to it's that video you sent now. I see that video now. Everybody already see the video. No, that is not nothing now. It's the supporters, you know. That video is 2022. It's not today. You know, it just says they send that video. All of them already watched the video now. All of them see the video.
Don't worry, I will send it to DSN.
If you send that video for them, they will block you now. That video doesn't make any sense. You know, you see all those campaign strategy. You know, so you see, one man, your news is not complete because I saw many news for your supporters, Tinubu supporters. They read Tinubu from 1 to 100. They start bringing everything Tinubu have done since 3 years now. Subsidy remover, student loan, this and that. The writing WhatsApp message all over the place. I vote Peter Obi 2023, but now I cannot vote Peter Obi again. I will vote Tinubu. Tinubu is our man. The same message.
Which of those ones is a lie? Did Tinubu not do all those things, or
let me tell you. After they bring him Tinubu score, you know, then Nigeria bring Nigeria score for Tinubu, petrol, 1,600 in Tinubu in 3 years. Gas 3,000. Kerosene 6,000. Inflation 30%. All those things. You see, when some people will come and throw one more garbage for people, you know, WhatsApp message. If you want to support Tinubu, support Tinubu.
Education, hold on, it's education garbage.
Yeah, all of them. Student loan is not your achievements.
It's
When you
not an
have state
achievement.
loan, let me tell you, in London here, in London, London have student loan, where you come out, you have job immediately. You will pay you before 6 months.
You have job
You already,
immediately.
you already pay the money,
Really?
back. But in Nigeria, when they give you a student loan, there's no hope you have a job. There's no hope you have. If you say some people will take that student loan, run away. And some people take that student loan, enter Ghana. Because there's no hope.
So the student's loan is a bad idea.
No, it's not bad idea. It's supposed to give free education. That you give that student loan because all those money is wasted. Nobody can pay that money.
But why would you give free education when you already told us that education is useless?
No, it's not. Education is not useless. I say.
What are you saying?
Rather, you give that student loan because that loan nobody can pay that loan. Nigeria system.
But what's the point in the free? So if you say the system does not support educated people, then that makes the education redundant now.
No. Hear me out. I mean Nigeria system. Nigeria does not have that system. It will educate somebody. No, because in London, in Western world, where he born now, your child, the day you born your child already have IC. You know, both parents, they were that side from, you know, they use that IC. It cannot run away. It cannot run anywhere. If you run, they will catch your family or your father or your mother. But Nigeria system does not like that. You see somebody now answer Okori or answer Olani. Use that
Nigeria does not have an identification system.
No, I say that card now I mentioned that somebody can come and claim something, another name now, have a Nigerian national identity card. You know, they can use that national identity card fake in Nigeria.
No. What are you talking about?
I mean, you see, Nigeria, all those on Nigeria identity card now,
yes,
that most of them is fake.
Who told you that?
Most of them, yeah. I see most of them use another person name, them do that identity. In Nigeria,
hold on. You can't do that now. Do you know how the Nigerian identity system works? Do you know how it works?
I know now. I have it now.
Okay. How did you get it? Okay, I have it too. How did you get it?
I went to my local government this thing, do my own. They ask me my name, my surname, you know, after everything. They give my card.
Did they take your thumbprint?
Yeah, they take my thumbprint.
Did they do hold on. Did they do a biometric capture?
Yeah, they take my picture now. My face there. But let me tell you,
did they tell you to turn left, turn right, look to the front, and capture?
That one doesn't mean anything. My name, you ask me my name. Yes, I see where they said where the fault is that identity. He asked my name. I tell you my name. He didn't verify whether this is my son name.
Did you bring any identification for your name?
My brother, let me tell you, in this country now, before they give you IC, they call it IC. If you mention your name now, go to
forget.
Let me tell you.
No, can you just hold on? I don't care about in whichever country. You're not from that country, so your record of birth is not in that country. I'm talking about the Nigerian system, which you are very quick to disparage. You clearly don't know how it works. if they are, look, if I go there and tell them that my name is Chukwudi Okonkwo, it doesn't matter. They will take my fingerprint, they will take my biometric capture, and then and they take the image capture, and all of those unchangeable aspects of me is logged in a central portal. So anytime I want to access government facilities, it is those details. If I say my name is Chinedu Okonkwo, then it is my image has to allow. It's a database now. You have no. Do you even know what you're talking about? Yes.
Hold on. Have you ever? Let me ask you a question. Have you ever done one? Your name or whatever you call it. Did you ever do it in Nigeria?
How do you mean?
Did you ever do yours in Nigeria?
No, I did it here.
Okay. So if you've been, I did mine in Lagos. One of the few times I visited Lagos. So no, yeah, I think our friend has a point. You know, so many Nigerians, so many Burkinabes, so many people from Chad, they came into our country. Do you know you can go on the roadside? When I started in NIN, this national identification number or something, you can walk into any of these centers along the road and you can do it. People were collecting, they were becoming agents. You only have to just give them money. So you don't run a country like that. You don't run a system. That is why the US here, they are very suspicious of any of our document that we provide. You give to the US embassy, or maybe you want to upgrade your status here in America. They have to even go do extensive investigation on those documents you provided. So all this while you come here, sometimes you say things like maybe you even do. That's why I ask you the question: did you ever do yours in Nigeria? You can do yours maybe in the UK, maybe because they have sophisticated kind of maybe the way you did it is what Nigerian embassies. But the point is this: if you go on ground anywhere on the street, when they've started this name thing, anybody can do it anywhere.
Actually, I did mine on the street, not in the Nigerian embassy. Huh?
So Nigerian embassy, you said, right?
No, on the streets
of London.
Yes.
Okay, so if they do it on the street of London, so your own something by the standard of every other country, is that how they do name?
How do you mean? They
don't do anything.
No. There are three processes anywhere in the world.
Okay.
They check your identification documents. They take your fingerprint and do a biometric capture.
Well, maybe the one you did.
How do they do it in America?
So at the beginning, when they started it at the beginning in Nigeria, you can walk in anywhere. Just say you are so. They will ask you your mom's name, your dad's name, where are you from. You can claim any name. You can claim any date.
Yes.
So it's a country whereby
and then what do they do after that?
No, they captured that. Yeah, I agree. But the point is,
and they take your fingerprint.
Hold on. One man.
Hold on. You can disagree, but you're not getting the central point that I'm.
So what's the purpose of
that I'm making? It is immaterial what you say your name is. It is immaterial anything that you say. As soon as you are registered and captured as that identity, then that is your identity.
Okay. Is that what you are? Well, okay, yeah, I consider that that's what it is.
Right. Yes.
So is that what you're arguing about? Is that what the argument is about?
No, but that's the central point. Because you cannot have a biometric fingerprint and image capture identifying you as Esther Danladi, and then tomorrow say that you are Folake Fashion. You can't do that now because it doesn't align with what they have. So whatever it is that you are captured as is your identity.
Okay. All
right.
So yeah.
Omar, let me tell you how all those things work in Western world. Here I live, Here I live. Before they have son now or have children here. Before that children, maybe 1 month or 2 days, they will register that son. That's your children. Before they register, they will ask the lady who is father of this man. Izumi, I'm a citizen of this country. I'm not from Nigeria. I'm a citizen of this country. Then the lady, I will come. Then I will call my name. They went to West Side. Check that surname I call. This surname, is it from this region? They will see everything because my father is there already. My father's name is that system already. Then if you are make mistake, call another name, then another surname. They check that system. There's nothing like this name in this community. You see already. There's nothing like this name in this community. Then you see what system work. But Nigeria can call any son, any name. They cannot verify. They will put it there immediately. After everything, they will still looking. They are looking for this guy. They bring their ID card, looking for somebody. See the picture. No. In this country, they will go to system. Anything you commit in this country now, they use that your name. Go to system. They already know your village, know your father, know your surname, know where you are stay. They will call them and catch you. They don't need to bother. They will give you loan. He cannot commit any crime in this country. Goes cost free unless he's not a citizen of this country. In Nigeria, you can go and register some voters. You can go and make your Nigerian identity card anywhere you just fingerprint, do this. They don't know your father. They know whether your brother died a long time ago. Because this country now, if somebody die, they will go. That's the same system. They remove that person's name in that system. But if another person come and don't want to claim that name, they will catch you there. They will tell you this already died a long time ago. The Nigeria is not like that. How can you give people who don't know without to have a very standard system? We say doing them favor. I have a friend who take that money run away from Ghana. How can you cash it? The man you just use that money. Eh? So let me tell you, you see, in Nigeria is still very, very, very far. You know, Nigeria system is not working. You know, Nigeria system is not working. So by video you play, it's better drop that video because that video doesn't make sense for me. That video, all those people be supported, that video doesn't make sense. So DSS already have that video a very long time, since almost 3 years now. Everybody watch that video because everything P2B is doing, then they monitor everything. For you to send that video for them, they will look as Johnny just come, you know. They see all those videos. They know more than you, you know. So this is my advice for you because you know I like you. I cannot allow you to go and mess yourself up, you know. For people to be, I say Nnamdi Kanu, for him, if he become president today, he continue saying it. You know, he said he will release the young man. If the man is not commit anything, because this is the problem Nigeria government have within Nnamdi Kanu. Where he catch this man, he's supposed to give him that.
Sorry, hold on. Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime. That's what you said.
Nnamdi Kanu is the dictator because Nnamdi Kanu is Nnamdi Kanu wants freedom for his people. He's not a car. Anything Nnamdi Kanu say more than that. The time he catch this young man, brought it down to that country. He's supposed to negotiate with him. Either go back and collect all those guns you give all those children back.
All right. So you admit that he gave people guns. So that's
Okay. Because this is a security purpose. He want to make security for his people. But it's wrong. But after he catch him, they give him that second chance. Can you gather all those people, all those children you give gun? Can you let them surrender that gun?
I'm sorry, Patrick. All those children that I gave those guns, they didn't use those guns to fight anybody. Nobody was fight with those guns.
Yeah, that is a mistake. Going now, Nigeria government make because if
so the people that were fight with the guns that now they cannot supply this militia group.
No, this is a problem of Nigeria government. This young man created security for his people. The way you don't like that security, you catch him.
Sorry, on what authority is he creating it?
The same authority Tinubu gives Sunday Igboho now. It recruit 50 million.
What authority did Tinubu give Sunday Igboho?
Yeah, he give her. They tell you let's see the school recruit 50 million people for.
You shouldn't be doing that now.
No, he give it. Sunday Igboho already have a security. Went to Para.
That's a lie. But even hold on, that is a lie. See him. No, just hold on. That is a lie. So what you're saying is not true. But even on the basis that it is true, if you are saying the government gave him the authority to do it, which government gave the Nnamdi Kanu the authority to arm a militia group and send them into the east to start spying people? Which government gave him that authority? Which law?
Yeah, let me answer your question. I'll not lie. Before they kidnapped all those children in Oyo State, Tinubu called Sunday Igboho. And if you watch yesterday, the day before yesterday, Sunday Igboho carry all those security people. If your local vigilante security people go to Zamfara, go to this Kogi State. He said starting from Kogi and the Zamfara down to Yoruba forest, they will secure. Who give that authority? Now Tinubu, then come to Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody give him that the same authority now. He gives Sunday Igboho yesterday, But Nnamdi Kanu, because of all those Fulani herdsmen, they doing all those things very long time ago. Nnamdi Kanu warned them. See, these people, they're already in my bush, disturbing our mother, our children in the forest. But the Nigerian government don't listen for this young man. This young man, call our governors. They don't listen for him. Before this young man gather youth, support them, tell them secure this bush.
All right, don't worry about the storytelling. So, guy, just settle down. So don't worry about the storytelling and the embellishment. So you've just admitted now that nobody gave Nnamdi Kanu the authority to arm anybody. So if he armed people without the authority, then he's acting outside of the law. It's a law unto himself. But where did he get the weapons that was arming these people with?
Yeah, yes. I want to land for that place, but you don't allow me to land. You like to target. I don't know. You see, I say federal government. Where's federal government see that eastern security? They never start attacking people like that. That time they will stop that immediately. The time they brought Nnamdi Kanu, they will surrender that gun if they allow Nnamdi Kanu go down and collect all those things. Let these children surrender all those guns. All those things that happen in South today, it can never happen. But did they allow him to jail him? Then after you jail him, all those people can still have the gun. He's supposed to be a leader. You capture this young man. They use that young man. Allow these people surrender that gun. At that time, all those things never happen. They just recruit them. They just inside the bush pursue all those people. You can use that opportunity.
You've not answered my question. Where did he get the guns that he gave these people? Where did he get it from?
They got the gun, the same people, the same place. All those who Fulani Boko Haram, they get the gun. Huh? I don't know who give the gun, but I know they buy the gun from market. But the Nigerian government make that very big mistake.
So just to be clear, this is what you are saying. He formed an illegal militia group and he imported arms into the country to arm them up. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, the mistake is already made. There, as a leader, is supposed to, wage that calamity to come. They already bought the gun. The time you catch this.
But as far as they are concerned, they have done nothing wrong.
No, that thing they done now making South is going backward now because all our markets, all of them is born because of the cashing out the kind of because that time they brought it now that kind of down to Nigeria as a government. He's supposed to sit down. Ask this man, what do you want? Who give you this gun to give all those children? Then you make peace with him, then send him back to Southeast. He connected, he will call them. They will sorry that. I know if he can that time brought Nnamdi back to Nigeria, if will federal government allow this man go down to Southeast, all of them will surrender that gun. These damages will never happen. You know, just give this man that second chance to surrender those Biafra. But he didn't do it. He just jailed him. He don't care whether South is born or not. That is not the leadership.
All right. So if they make peace with him, like you said, and send him back to the Southeast, then what is the justice for the tens of thousands that were tied by the guns that he bought for this
my brother? Yeah, before that thing, all those things they never bought anybody. They never started buying anybody. After
the DSN, they were not buying people.
No. My village, Ekotutu never born. Ekotutu, the people they still go to Ekotutu that time. Now the Kanu, after they catch me, brought him to Nigeria. After they jail him, all of them, all those things you see in Southeast begin to happen. They started buying everybody in that region. It's very sad. Go to my place now. They destroy everything. I wonder why you people destroying this thing. This is not a federal government project. Your village, any house in my village, they burn this house down because of anger.
Sorry, where did they get the weapons to be wreaking this havoc on the Southeast? Where did they get the weapons from?
They get the weapon. They get the weapon inside the market.
From Nnamdi Kanu.
I don't know whether Nnamdi Kanu give them better. I think they bought the weapon inside the market. Now they said the weapon inside the market. You know, they said it inside the market because their anger. They already catch our leader. Let us destroy everything. You're not supposed to be so. I'm very, very pity. In my village now, look at Ekotutu. If you know the place where they call Ekotutu, very largest market, very big market. That place now is a desert. Because of, I don't know. Nigeria government didn't handle that in normal. Let us tell ourselves true. If they handle that case, now the kind of case.
Can we be part of this conversation?
No. I was actually going to move from him in a moment and come to. But do you know why the Yorubas are angry about the Nnamdi Kanu situation? It's because they did not give him capital. Everybody wanted him to get the death penalty. That's why people are really angry.
It cannot give somebody when they fight for freedom of people death sentences. It never happened anywhere, any world. You know, so if Nnamdi Kanu is fighting, Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. But the problem Nigeria government have, they don't know how to handle case. You know, Nnamdi Kanu was a politician before 2012. He's a politician. If you don't know, you support him. I think Buhari or good luck, Jonathan. I don't know. He supported somebody. I don't know. Or I think Yoradua. It's true. He's a once politician. But the way this man asking Nigeria government for his people, let us have this seaport. Let us have standard international airport. Let us stop going back to Lagos and fly from Lagos. Let us have our.
All right. Hold on. You have airports in the Southeast, so we're not No, guy. I don't want to do that. We've done that so many times, so I'm not even interested in that at all. But what you are saying is that you agree with Peter Obi that if he becomes president, he should release Nnamdi Kanu immediately.
Yes, if I become president today, I'll give him pardon, but I will sit down with him. I will make sure that thing will never happen in Southeast again. I'll give him pardon, immediately. Because this young man now, as he sees this Nnamdi Kanu now, as he's how to recruit people. This man will do well. Give something in federal, like what do they call him? Chief for this.
Maybe it should be our Minister of Finance. I think
No. I mean, he would do well for all those people where they recruit security, all those who they recruit police and the military. He would do well for all those jobs,
Yes.
So yeah, so it will give him pardon. All those things will stop in Southeast. I don't like the way the South is going down because of Biafra and then Nigeria. He cannot come and fight in Biafra in my own
because
town.
of Nnamdi Kanu. All
because
right.
of him.
All right, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. You have to mute now because we have to bring other people into the. I did say 5 minutes, and you can see that Bishop is ready for us and all that. But before we go to Bishop, we go to Rational Mind, and I'm glad that Rational Mind and Bishop are on the screen at the same time because I've been trying to orchestrate some sort of debate between Rational Mind and Bishop. Because they're both strong personalities, very knowledgeable gentlemen, and we feel that and they've been skirting around, they've been dancing around each other for quite a few years now. So I thought we would give them the floor for them to have it out once and for all. So we're actually thinking of what the topic should be, and I was thinking that the topic could well be Tinubu was a success, Tinubu was a failure, because I think they both have strong views on that. On either side of that divide, but Rational Mind, your thoughts?
Yeah, woman. Thanks a lot, woman. I greet everyone in here in the studio and all those in the comment section. We appreciate you all. Thank you all for listening and continue liking. And if you're not yet subscribed, subscribe and always share if you can. Woman, I wanted you to set up a debate between me and him on this electoral, because the last debate myself and him had here when he was on here, I was here together with him, was that the Electoral Act was some sort of a master plan that has been cooked to facilitate the rigging of Tinubu in for the second term. And he said, no, it wasn't. And I was trying to make reference to some of the sections of the Electoral Act. And he was saying, no, I should go and bring the evidence. I said, I'll provide him the evidence. That's what I think the debate should be mostly about. And beside another thing, I know me and him, we don't see eye on eye on many other things, but that's singular thing that he said, no, there was nothing like that. And I said, there is. So that's why that's the evidence. And I'm going to bring that in the course of this, my submission. Yeah, I listened to you talk about Nnamdi Kanu. Well, woman, you see, the Nnamdi Kanu saga, for me, I think it's a very complex situation, I would say. I just believe he's being treated unfairly. Looking at the judgment by Justice Motosho, his judgment was just so conflicting. How do you convict a man on circumstantial evidence? Circumstantial evidence in the sense that you can link him to the crime as being the perpetrator of the crime, besides the broadcast. Because all the even when Bubu was there, they tried many times to have him jailed. They could not. So trust Tinubu now because he has hijacked the judiciary. We see what they do, or how they've taken control of the judiciary, and why Omotosho could be given that kind of sentence. You're jailing someone for life for just making a mere broadcast. There was no evidence that he did that. He financed them. He gave them the money, or he gave them some kind of incentive by like giving them support. No, besides the broadcast. So, and you're jailing a man based on that. I just don't know where that kind of justice system operates, but that's Nigeria. Anything goes in Nigeria. You see some of the terrible, how do I say, what's that legal word they use? Miscarriage of justice. Nigeria is one of that. So I think Obi is not the only person who has said it. Even the same Soludo that you were praising here, that you played his video a while ago, himself and other governors, they've been saying, yeah, please release this man for us. Many of his, I remember one of the forum that Tinubu had recently. that I think was it one of the Obi of Enugu, Obi of Onisha, where was that? One of the high paramount chiefs or king in Igbo land said he appealed to Tinubu to release him. You know, in fact, the man had to go. It was very emotional that day for many people, seeing him asking Tinubu, saying in front of Tinubu, please release this guy. So it's a political thing. It's not none of this thing you are trying to throw around. This guy has been consistent. He has said so many things. For me, I mean, initially I wasn't a fan of his. To this very day, I'm not really a fan of his. It's just some of the things he said. When you look at it, he has a point. You know, with all these Fulani Morondas that we're seeing that have been just terrorizing every part of Nigeria. I bet if it would be Igbo guys or Igbo people doing all this thing, or some of the Yoruba people doing, or Yoruba people doing this, going everywhere, you would have seen every other tribe would have rised against that other tribe. But because it's the Fulanis, they own Nigeria. Nobody dare talks to them. If your coward Yoruba man that you call your Yoruba man that is there today, if he could not stand for the Yoruba people when he needs to stand for them, that is a coward. And all of you that support him too, I refer to you people as having that kind of qualities too. It's not a quality, it's that kind of character. A person whom you revered, Fashion's daughter, you could not explicitly say, yeah, and you ask, where are the cows? Now you know that a certain group of people, clan, they are terrorizing the whole of Nigeria. And you see, you could not even come to that realization and even say it out. But somebody called it out. And the person of Obi said, yeah, I'm going to release him. If he say, I mean, that's not exactly what he said, but he was saying that, yeah, they should be released. Maybe inferring that he's going to release him if he becomes a president. Yeah, he should. He should. He's his clansman. After all, we've seen so many atrocities that the people are in the vote.
What about the people that lost?
What's going on?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are you saying something Nick lost? Oh, all right.
So
What about,
let me continue. Okay.
No, but what about the people that lost their lives to that's traceable to the activities of Nnamdi Kanu?
For the fact that he said something, he did not say anybody should go and die. People protested.
He created a militia organization and armed them. We saw him marching them in the forest.
I don't think federal government they could not connect him to that. They could not jail him on that. As far as I remember,
they did.
The judgment that was read was mostly about his broadcast. I listened to Omotosho when he was giving the judgment. And
I did as well.
Hold on, what's going on now? What's going on? Somebody wants to say something?
No, it's this guy right here. Nicholas, if you want to interject, say something. Otherwise, you stay muted because
you can mute him, brother. Just mute him if he doesn't want to say anything.
No. I think he's new here, so maybe he wanted to interject. Okay. Otherwise, your background is cutting through. So, did you want to say something, Nick?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Go on, we can hear you.
Okay. I greet everybody in the channel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on, Nick. Rational mind. Hold on. Rational mind has the floor. So unless you want to just insert a little interjection into what he's saying, then you have to wait your turn. But if you want to just say something, let
me wait for my turn. Let me wait for my turn. After rational mind, I can contribute.
All right. With Bishop's permission, I'll come to you after rational mind. Bishop, we like to break in new voices quickly here, so we understand their politics. I know you're after rational mind, but rational mind, back to you, and then we'll come to Nick after you.
So that's what I was saying. So the point is, I don't know. Everybody fights for it. I mean, if you're Tinubu, who is a coward, could not stand for the Yoruba race, all it does is everything is easy from the prism of politics. It doesn't mind if it is my own life or your own life. Any of you people that are all clamoring and saying, and they saying, it doesn't mind. If any of us gets kidnapped. It's okay. Let me not.
Hold on. It's a brass motto. So no matter how much you pound it, you cannot tear it.
Please, let me interject 1 minute. What, rational mind, what exactly do you mean? What exactly is that supposed to
It's
mean?
okay, my brother.
Yeah, no, that's his
No, it's
language
not
now.
okay. What is it? What exactly do you mean by that?
Sorry, Alátìmọ̀wá Foniwa, Taba bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní hold it all the time. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀wá Foniwa. Carry on.
Anyway, so my point is this is just that you see, I don't know if you're Tinubu. I bet you if any of us gets kidnapped today, which I don't pray, he doesn't care. I mean, after all, the people that were those kids that are in the bush, they're majority Yorubas. He doesn't care. So I don't know. I mean, we've seen so many people, even an APC chieftain that was kidnapped is in Katsina. These are HCP, 2 of them that were kidnapped. One of them is dead.
He's dead now. Yes, the man is dead.
This guy doesn't care. He doesn't care. I mean, this guy, I've said it on your platform here and many other platforms. This guy is a narcissist. He says egomaniac.
But how have you arrived at that? How have you arrived at that conclusion that he doesn't care?
Surely you're aware that one tó pé rẹ̀ ní ọmọ Igbo tó ń pé rẹ̀ lọ́mọ Yorùbá tẹ́ ń pín tẹ́ wá níbẹ̀ tẹ́ ń pariwo pé a máa fi tó sọ pé ọmọ àfihàn ọmọ Igbo ẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀.
Ṣèkírì ni náà Yorùbá ni Ṣèkírì náà.
Abẹ́gì Yorùbá òṣìwò ni ṣé wọ́n yẹ Ṣèkírì ṣé wọ́n gbà pé àwọn Yorùbá ní ọ̀hún.
Àwọn fúnra àwọn ọlọ́fẹ̀ẹ́nu ara wọn sọ̀rọ̀.
Abẹ́gì ẹ̀kọ́ ra ẹ̀sìn nìkan gbogbo yín tẹ́ máa sọ pé kìíní. He's a wannabe Yorùbá. You see, the point is that when you see people that are very selfish. Just look at Remy and his husband, Tinubu. These are the kind of people they are. They don't care.
How have you arrived at that conclusion?
No. Well, don't get me started. Yeah. I don't want to get started because if it's, I will just go off what I'm trying to say. You know my stand on. I mean, I could go on and tell you instances. When these kids were kidnapped, have you heard Remy made any public statement?
Remy?
Yeah. Ogbera láti Abuja, he went to Ekiti. Did he ever go to Oyo State to go and visit Makinde? Did he ever hear? This is Abiyamo. This is Abiyamo. I don't even know maybe the lady ever even gave birth. It doesn't look like somebody that has a kid to me.
She has 2 children.
Yeah, 2 girls, right? So I don't even know. Have you ever seen them? Besides Sheyi that we always see. We only hear that. So the point is this:
one of them is a lesbian in London.
Yeah, I know. Is in London or in the United States here? I don't know.
Is it United States? Yeah.
Anyway, so my point is this: is just that these people are they don't care. These are soulless humans. Tinubu and his wife, they're soulless. So I don't expect anything from them. So how can you have a leader or leaders that lacks empathy for the people that they govern? But don't sidetrack me on that. My point is this: is that if Obi decides to want to release his own clansman, so be it. Everybody's been doing it. You saw your clan Porukwe, even your Igbo February so where if not be the one battle of Tinubu before they could like take EFCC from the back of Igbo. What stops an Igbo man say that my own clan meant you? I'll pardon him when I get there. That is it. So let's just not start doing all this.
No. I'm not even. Well, I am bothered if he pardons him. But what bothers me more is the justice for the people that have been pied as a result, have been killed as a result of Nnamdi Kanu's excesses. From the ESN that he armed.
Woman. If you can link him with those things. You can bring it because at least this guy is jailed in Finland. At least the Finnish government, they were able to link him to some of the payments that he made, transfers and other things that he gave, financial support that he gave to those people. That one is very clear that at least it was indirectly, circumstantially, it was involved somewhat, sort of.
They were not able to link Nnamdi Kanu to ESN.
They linked him, but if you can link him that he was supporting them to go and kill other people, that's another thing. You see, my point is,
did he arm them?
Because I'm not a legal.
Did he arm them? Because as he was arming them, he was posting it on his. We all saw the clips now when they were wearing all these ridiculous black outfits in the woods. He was creating them and arming them. He was posting it relentlessly to his followership.
Woman, if you can
So
link
he
it to
created an illegal militia,
if you
he
can link
armed
him
them.
to it, woman, link him to
yes.
it. But I know Nigerian government are not been able to link it to him. That's what I know. So but let me move on.
They've not been able to link
before you move on,
sorry, they've not been able to link KSN to Nnamdi Kanu.
Well, if you can link it to him that he
Wamba, can I quickly have a quick interjection?
Yeah, go on, please. Please.
I don't know, we still have debating the issue of the jailing of Nnamdi Kanu. The court found Nnamdi Kanu guilty on inciting, and it was established.
Okay.
Hold on, just
okay,
hold on. I'm coming. I'm talking of why the court, or on the one's grants, the court found him guilty, inciting. He is broadcast and the mass media. They found him guilty on bombing. He trained people. He gave people instructional manual and training on how to create, manufacture explosive and detonate them and use them against government facilities. These are not hearsay. The prosecution proved he was the architect of the stay at home. They charge him for terrorism and treason. The court ruled. We have a court. We have submitted ourselves and several other more. Now, there is a court where he can go, which I believe he is exploring, to go to the appeal court and to go to the Supreme Court. We are doing ourselves a great disservice if every time things don't go away, we keep disparaging and destroying our institution. The court in Nigeria today found Nnamdi Kanu guilty. Our opinion, I'm coming. Our opinion, I'm coming now, and let me land. I'm not taking 60 seconds. Our opinion is immaterial. If we want to maintain the sanctity and the quality of public discourse on this platform, let's stick to the fact and leave emotions. For people that want to rant about emotions, I think we should be devoted. Rational mind.
Bishop,
let me land.
Bishop, hold on. Bishop, I think we get what you're saying. Bishop, do you know a comic book superhero called Superman?
Yes.
Do you know, for all of his power, there's one thing that always defeats him. That thing is called kryptonite.
So your kryptonite is what?
So the kryptonite of the obedient space is fact. They don't care. Fact is just they don't care about. They don't care about anything called fact. They don't care about anything. It's all about dog whistling, gaslighting, sakamaje, babima, you know, dabaru. You know, but fact,
let me continue.
Fact is the kryptonite to the obedient space. Yes.
I hear you. It's okay. My point is just that, yeah. I mean, we've had so many evidence provided in court and overturned in the Supreme Court. So, for the fact that you are giving me doesn't mean that it's a fact.
Rational mind, sorry. One man, well done. And also, if they are hearing the truth, they will not let that person to learn the truth, because they don't want to hear the truth. Bishop was telling you the truth. You don't want to hear it.
The one thing that because we've known Bishop now for going on 3 years, and the one thing that we have all observed about Bishop is that he speaks solely on facts. And he has a vast repertoire of knowledge.
Don't get me started.
He will go to the fact, he will give you the reference.
Come on.
That's why he gets easily irritated when people are arguing against facts.
No, don't give me that. Don't give me that book. Don't
But the one thing we know about Bishop, he gives you facts.
What fact is it giving? What fact is it giving? Yeah, it's a party that, yes, he was convicted.
No, he gave you the details of his charges now and the conviction.
That's what he does. That's what he and his core APC people like himself do.
Rational mind, let me tell you something. Rational mind, just 1 second. 1 minute. Just hold me accountable for this. Many years ago, I have a friend in the military. Many years ago, he was a young officer, and he was jailed for years. Do you know why he was jailed? Accessory after the fact. Something happened, but he was there when they were discussing it at a joint in a relaxation, in a guest house when they were relaxing, and they had that conversation among some officers. Is somebody I know. Unfortunately, we lost him. The only thing that he was convicted for was accessory after the fact. When they were saying this thing, did you hear? Yes, I had it. What did you do? That is all. And it was jailed.
Yeah, there we go. Let's know this. What about that? We always like to do here.
It's not what about. I'm not doing what about. Is it? It is you that does. It is you that. Let's respect ourselves. I respect you a lot. Let it be reciprocal. No, hold on now. Rational mind. Hold on. I listen to you. I listen to you when you make your submission. Let's respect ourselves. That's the minimum we can.
What disrespect have I given to you for what I
No,
said?
I'm just saying. Look, listen.
Let's not go down that lane.
No, now I'm not arguing. I'm not okay. Okay, bye bye. If you don't allow, you don't allow other people to have their say. That's a trademark.
Okay. Everybody hold. And that includes you, Rational Mind. So, Bishop, let Rational Mind take about 3 minutes to land. Rational Mind, hopefully you're able to stay with us longer. So, because I'm keen to hear from Nick Lost, but then you were here before him. But because it's new, I want to give him about 3-4 minutes so we know the nature of his politics, and then we come straight to you. So, about 3 minutes for Rational Mind to land. We go to the new guy, and then we come straight to you. No, I know there's still a lot I want to hear from you, but
I know,
you know why I'm pushing. I don't want the guy to drop until we get a feel of his politics.
It's okay.
Yes,
Say no more. I understand. You know this. I've noticed something about this APC people. Then they know where to press my button. They know where to storm me with all this their interruption and interjection and everything. So as to just get me so infuriated and so like using word like you're emotional, you are this, you're disrespecting. What are we doing here? My goodness sake! Come on. And then at that point, I just lose my train of thought. In fact, I even lose the mojo of wanting to.
But just so you are aware, you know you are my friend.
We know that very well.
Rational Mind, you know you are my friend. Rational Mind.
It's okay.
Let me give you a heads up. We have a council meeting has been called though, and they want to discuss revoking your Yoruba identity. You know. So maybe by next week it will be illegal for you to describe yourself as a Yoruba man.
You. I mean, from day one that they said I'm not a Yoruba person.
Want to pay me to L'Oreal,
so what I'm trying to say is this: so if Obi decides to want to release his own clansman, it's I think it's if he's the president, he can pardon it. I mean, after all, we've seen even the president here pardoning criminals that were gleefully, they were convicted of, heinous crime. So what are we talking about? So make it sound like as if he himself has done a very huge crime. I mean, if it's a crime, so be it then. So if your Tinubu can be a bigot, if Obi said become a bigot, what's your problem with that? After all, your Tinubu was a bigot, and people around him are bigots. Some of you that support him too, who are APC like himself, you're all bigots too. So what are we doing? So I don't know why this trigger all of you here whenever Obi does the same thing that you people are doing, or his people are doing, his own supporters are doing what you people are doing. It's just like, can't you call him pot black? So one man, quick, my 2 minutes are remaining. I wanted to say something. Me and Bishop, if time will permit us, if I'm still here, I want us to debate on that section. Session. I want to infuriate our friend from Australia. Anyway, section 65 and section 139, 38. These are the two sections that APC they've cooked up to rig Tinubu in. And our friend here, Bishop, was telling me that where is it? The same guy that you people are championing here that he has facts. Bring your own fact. I'll bring my own fact. We're going to open that section or we'll debate that. One man, I leave it at that. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Also, so that's where that's where Rational Mind was to engage you, Bishop. But Bishop, hold your thoughts just so we document Nick Lost, and then we come straight to you. So Nick Lost, we're sort of craving Bishop's indulgence for you to speak. So unmute, speak to us, Nick Lost. Tell us where you are in the conversation so far, Nick Lost. Unmute, yeah.
Hello, one man. Hello.
Good day to you. Good day.
Yeah, same to you over there. I greet everybody in the studio. Are you hearing me?
No, we can hear you clearly. So we were talking about Peter Obi making the promise that as soon as he's sworn in as president, he will release Nnamdi Kanu. So we're talking about that. Then we were also talking about Sheyi Makinde telling us that they know where the children are, but they can't go in. Rotimi Amechi predictably, but sadly, concedes to be his daddy from Adamawa's running mate. So we're talking about that. And then the American congressman that came on a fact-finding mission to Nigeria is applauding the state police that Tinubu is creating. We're talking about that. And then Major General Rabi Abubakar that was held in captivity in Katsina State. He has sadly passed on. He's dead now, but he wasn't actually killed by the bandits. He lost his life to his debilitation from illness, diabetes, and hypertension. And then Sirika Dixon versus Aisha Yusufu is a fight that we're looking forward to. So he has now come out to tell us that even though they rejected her for Abuja senatorial ticket, they offered her a House of Reps ticket, but she rejected it, saying that she was too big. And then we are wondering what makes Aisha Yusufu, that has no footprint in politics, too big to be a House of Rep member. So we're talking about that. And then we're talking about Ashore collapsing during a protest, and we were speculating that is this guy now too old to be doing his aluta forever, this nonsense. And then Obasanjo endorses the OK ticket, Obi Kwakwanso. But I was in my opening monologue saying that is Obasanjo a Trojan horse for Tinubu? Is he playing a three-dimensional chess with the obedient space? So give us about 3-4 minutes, just so we get to know you and where you are in the politics. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, one man. Thank you. Well, first, I need to thank you for always promoting Obi in this your channel. I thank you for that. I think you deserve a drink from me for that. Coming to Obi, the reason Nnamdi Kanu. I think in this country, Nigeria, a former president in Nigeria openly supported Boko Haram terrorist in Nigeria, and the man later became a president in Nigeria. Some people still voted for the man as the president in Nigeria. The present president of Nigeria now have pardoned a kidnapping kingpin, a notorious kidnapper. He pardoned the guy. I think the guy is from either Delta State. A kidnapper, a killer. He pardoned him. The problem I have with the government of Nigeria is selective justice. Selective justice. The government cannot be pardoning and rehabilitating Boko Haram killers, terrorists. They pardon some, they will sentence some life imprisonment. They will pardon some, then some will be sentenced in life imprisonment. When Nnamdi Kanu started his agitation, they started with only flyers. They started with only flyers. Evangelism, telling people about Biafra. They had no guns, they had no weapon. Then Buhari government started gunning them down. They massacred them at Aba High School. Unarmed protesters. They massacred them in Mpo, in Anambra State. They killed about 100 and something people, unarmed protesters. They killed them in Enugu. Federal government. I want to ask you, one man, in that country you are, if some group of people go into protest or agitation, will government of England send army people to mold them down, to gun them down where you are?
They repress protesters here as well. There were some people protesting for Palestine just recently, and they've jailed them for a few years just for saying free Palestine.
No, I said gun them down, shoot at sight, gun them down, to the extent that they can kill up to 100
but you are saying it. We don't have an independent verification of that now. We are saying
you don't have an okay. You can do research, because when this thing was happening, I was in Eastern Nigeria then. I knew what happened. So you don't know about Operation Python Dance in Eastern Nigeria?
Yeah,
do you know about Operation Python Dance?
No. Python Dance was to capture Nnamdi Kanu for flouting his bail conditions, and the numbers that were lost, it wasn't anywhere near the numbers you are quoting, and even the army refuted that any life was lost during that Python Dance.
That any life was lost.
So,
do you know that Wike massacred people at Obibo in River State? Biafran agitators. Unarmed Biafran agitators. Do you know that Wike
where's the police
massacred them? Where is the police report?
Can I have a quick interjection?
That's why
you can interject. You can interject.
Just to set the records, just to set some records. Yes, thank you. Just to set some records straight.
Yeah.
Let me start from the Obibo, because that's where I live. That's where I built my house in River State. The day of the crisis, we knew what happened. We know how some people came on live television telling Nnamdi Kanu on live radio that they have sacked the police station, that they have killed the policemen in Obibo, that the whole of Express, we had the young man, the recordings are still there. We can't have people kill policemen and there will be no reprisals. It doesn't happen anywhere. So a young man came on and said they have burned the police station, they have killed, and Nnamdi Kanu was encouraged them, collect their gun, do this, do that. That is to say that. So if you are saying of the massacre, you did not talk about what led to it. You have been unfair, but that's not why I wanted to interject. Hold on. Let me say
to cut off their head.
Let me say,
sorry.
So let me say, the reason why I came in was, you said something about President pardoning convicted kidnapper and murderers. I consent to the extent that yes, there was a recommendation, but you did not finish it. There was a recommendation that they smuggled some name, especially name of Miriam Sonda, that stabbed her husband, and that man you called kidnapper from Delta. His name is Kelvin Oniara or Niaru or something. But ultimately, the final list, their names were removed. And the people that tried to smuggle their names to the pardon leave were seriously reprimanded, disciplined. And I think they lost their jobs. So did the president eventually pardon them? No. Even though he has the power to. But on moral ground and public outrage, did that thing happen? It did not happen. So if you go ahead to say the president pardoned, you are misinforming the public and you are using this platform to dish out false information. Thank you.
All right. Nick, let me play you this clip. Then I want you to, if you're after you've listened to this clip, I want you to still tell us if you're still comfortable with the idea of Nnamdi Kanu being pardoned, and then give us just no more than 3 more minutes, and
No,
then we'll move it on.
Mr. One Man, I know the clip that you want to play. Maybe what happened during the EndSARS. The brokers of Nnamdi, I know maybe you want to play the clip.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Okay. During the EndSARS and after EndSARS, people started playing half clip of what happened during the EndSARS. Nnamdi Kanu was on brokers during that EndSARS. He was telling people, he first said that the British High Commissioner in Nigeria, Katrina Line, then was having meeting with Tinubu in Bodilon. He was telling protesters at the toll gate that the military is coming. Before the military arrived there and started shooting people, Nnamdi Kanu have already told people that the military is on their way coming. And once they come and kill people, that they should kill them back. Once they kill people on protesters, they should kill them back. After some, not up to 1 hour or something, the military arrived there and started gunning people down. That's when Nnamdi Kanu gave instruction, kill them back. If they kill or armed protesters, kill them back.
What about when they said
That's
to burn down?
Excuse me, let me land.
Hold on. When they said to burn down the airport, is that also yeah. Gone?
Okay. He told people that once military arrived there and kill unarmed protesters, that they should fight back. That is when everything went haywire. That is when the whole chaos started. You understand me? You cannot come and gun down your citizens that is waving your flag on armed, innocent citizens. Buhari government rolled out the military and started gunning people's children down. What type of country does that?
No,
who does that?
No, we were talking about the instruction that Nnamdi Kanu gave his followers.
Then I'm telling you about what led to the instructions that he gave. Something led to something.
Hold on. So you are saying there's justification for him to say to kill security personnel, to burn down police stations, to burn down the major airport, probably the #1 airport we have in Nigeria, and then he told them to burn the whole of Lagos down. So you think there's mitigation for that?
So where is the justification of the military gunning innocent citizens down?
Well, that is bad. But I'm asking you, on what authorities? So you're okay with Nnamdi Kanu saying his followers should burn Lagos down?
If I'm not okay with that, I'm not okay with what the military did too. Maybe both sides got it wrong. But the military started the whole chaos first.
But
the military started the whole chaos.
The military have the authority of state, though. What authority does Nnamdi Kanu have to say they should go and burn Lagos State down?
The military have authority of rolling army battalions out and started gunning their citizens down.
No. They have the authority of state. The state is the authority. What authority does Nnamdi Kanu have?
To gun an innocent protester that is waving Nigeria flag down?
Well, no, to quell insurgency, because the EndSARS transmuted into an insurgency, and that was. Do you know that? Hold on. That wasn't the first. That wasn't the first reaction of the Buhari administration. The Buhari administration gave them a few days to vent their spleen, and then they gave them a few other days of negotiations, to the point that there was a list. We saw Sanwo-Olu standing in a open-top car speaking to a crowd of these people, taking their demands, taking it to Abuja. And then the government acceded to a lot of their demands. So it wasn't as though the moment they said, hey, they started to shoot them. But it was quite clear that it was transmuting from disgruntlement to insurgency. And it was when they crossed that threshold to insurgency, that was when, and the reaction of the government, of course, was excessive. But you cannot say that there was no mitigation. But the army have the authority of state because it's a constitutional body with a particular mandate. Which authority does Nnamdi Kanu have to ask his followership to go and burn Lagos down?
My point still remains, Mr. One Man. If the military did not do what they did, it will not lead to that. I don't know any civilized country or anywhere in the world.
Why did Nnamdi Kanu not? Sorry. Why did he not tell his followers to go and burn Imo State down? Why Lagos?
The protesters was in Lagos, in Tollgate. The protesters was in Lagos, in Tollgate, Lagos. And
in whose interest was he acting? And on what authority? In whose interest and on what authority?
Authority as a Nigerian, he's a Nigerian.
He's a Nigerian?
Uh-huh.
So I, as a Nigerian, can I order somebody to go and buy Tinubu? And if I did that and the person attempted it, should I be held culpable?
Maybe if you are in Nnamdi Kanu shoes, maybe you will do that.
What shoes? What shoes does he wear? Because Nnamdi Kanu carries no mandate. He's a self-appointed person that the majority of the Southeasterners are against him. The silent majority of the Southeasterners, they detest this guy and they want him out. So I'm not sure. Well, anyway, that's your views. You know, that's the beauty of it. Well, you know, you're entitled to those views, by the way. But I'm just, you know.
The point that I want to make is that both sides are wrong. The two sides, both Nnamdi Kanu side and federal government side, got it wrong. But the federal government started it first.
So if Nnamdi Kanu is wrong, should there be a price to pay? Because human lives were lost as a result of his actions. So should there be a price to pay?
Why is Boko Haram not paying those prices to those ones that...
They are bombing the Boko Haram as we speak, but we're not even talking about Boko Haram. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu. If by your own admission now he was wrong, and we are all aware that human lives were lost at his direction, should there be a price to pay?
There should be a price to pay, but not selective justice. Not selective justice.
How is it selective? It's crime and punishment now. You've just described crime and punishment. So how is it selective?
It's selective. You cannot be pardoning Boko Haram killers. You cannot be, in Nigeria state cannot be pardoning them. On the other hand, you are sentencing another person in life imprisonment. A few weeks ago, there is a state in northern Nigeria that their governor pardoned another set of maybe around 100 or 100 something people, Boko Haram people.
Woman.
They're going back to the society.
I think I'm getting activated for my time. Are you there, woman?
I am here. Apologies. Round it up in about 2 minutes, Nick. And then if you stay with us, you still get to speak some more. But Bishop was here from the start. We only asked him to give you the space to. Well, round it up in about 2 minutes, and Bishop takes the floor.
Okay, I appreciate Mr. Wamar. Once again, I have to thank you again for promoting P2B in your channel. Thank you very much.
My favorite. You know, he's my favorite man. There's no day that I don't speak about Obi now. P2B.
You are making him more popular, promoting the man. I know that since Obi defeated Tinubu in Lagos, you people are not settled since that. That's where when Igbo wants to take over Lagos started. Immediately Obi defeated Tinubu in Lagos.
Yeah, but Tinubu is sitting in Aso Rock
Lagos
now.
is,
Where Obi sitting now? Tinubu.
Lagos is no man's land. Started immediately before Sanwo-Olu's election. That's
Right.
what.
Yeah.
Thank you,
You be rascal. You know what, Nick? I think we like you, so make sure you come anytime you are free. But and you get to speak.
I was in your shadow last week. I spoke in your shadow last week. Chioma was the host, or Chioma was the host.
Right. Yeah. Chioma always gets the best guest. The after hours always gets the best guest. Anyway, but stay with us for as long as we can spend the time. Let's go on from you to Bishop, who yielded the space. So, Bishop, thank you for doing that floor show.
Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Before you go, Mr. Nick, if that is your name, let me correct you. Prerogative of mercy and pardon is selective. There is no president in the world that say, okay, because I want to pardon certain classes of criminals, I will pardon everybody. Let's open the prison doors. Not anywhere. So when Peter Obi becomes the president, let him to select. Let him be selective. The process itself is to select certain individuals for the prerogative of mercy, to grant them pardon. So you will not say, how can you grant some people and not grant some people? That is the definition of prerogative. The man at the helm of affair can choose, say, okay, on this occasion of my birthday, because I have the power, let me select 10 people. Let me select 20 people. He will set the criteria. Some people can now help him to choose. He can just say, no, I'm just going to prison and visit people and ask you, hey, what is your own offense? Okay, you are pardoned from today. There is no one that can force any commander-in-chief or president with executive order. Because you pardon A, you must pardon B. That is reducing this conversation to don't let me bite my tongue. There's this English I want to speak now that has disappeared. So sometimes, anyhow, let me leave that. I should just point that out. Yeah, well, that's too bad, unfortunately for you. But I just want to point it out. There is no system. Governors have prerogative of mercy in your state. How many has the governor of your own state, I don't know your state, has he opened the door to release all the prisoners? When Peter Obi was governor, he has prerogative of mercy. How many of the prisoners has he opened the whole prison yard? Today, I saw a clip. Ethiopia is doing prisoner swap. I'm sorry, but more than 90% or 99% of those people, they are your brothers. When they bring them to Nigeria and in your state, let your governor grant them prerogative of mercy. So Tinubu has today, he has the prerogative of mercy. He will use it the way he chooses. When Peter Obi becomes the president, let him use it. It's very simple. That is why it is called prerogative. Anyhow, that is by the way. Good evening, one man, and good evening, everyone on the panel. I know it's a short time. It's 22:53 by my time here, Eastern time. 53. So I think we've overlooked this issue of Nnamdi, Peter Obi. Peter Obi said that he know the people that he did. Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime and he should not be in prison. Let's wait. Peter Obi will become the president. Maybe in another day, another week, another year, another month, or in 10 years, or if he doesn't be somebody that believes in his ideology, like our friend here, whether Nick or Rashanama, when they become the president, they can release Nnamdi Kanu. But I believe that the courts are not tied. The appeal court is there. The man came up, he said they have prepared the appeal in volumes, and the Supreme Court is still there. So it's not finished. He has not even spent 1 year there. If I'm not mistaken, he was sent there November or October last year. It's less than 1 year. So if he submits his appeal and is able to pursue it through, and if he doesn't get justice through the appeal system and is guilty, then he can go ahead when Peter Obi becomes the president, let them nominate him for the people that we enjoy, or in the day one, he can make the pronouncement that they should release Nnamdi Kanu and any other person he wants to. If he releases anybody today, nobody is going to dispute. Nobody is going to argue about it with him. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a non-starter. It's something we have debated over time again. And I think we're just wasting our precious time, going front and back on that one. And
what about Yusuf Dati coming out to threaten the obedience space?
Yeah, that's what I said.
One man, hold on. Before you go to any further, let me ask Bishop.
No, hold on. Let's see.
You want me to hold on now, right?
No, hold on now, Bishop.
Hold on now. You did the same thing to me now. You never let me. I wanted to interject you now. You have had it.
No, you interjected him about 3 times.
It's okay, one man.
Hold on now. Let me finish now. One man, hold on now.
Yeah, but you interjected him about 3 times.
I know, but you never let me speak. You know it. But I'm not even saying he's not going to speak. Let him hold on. Let you finish what you started saying something and you have not landed it.
No, it doesn't matter. Let him go. I'm just the host, so I can leave space for
One man, it's okay. I'm not even asking anymore. Just go on, please. Go on.
Yeah, enough. One man, can you go ahead?
No, I've even lost my thought on what I was going to say, but I wanted to direct it towards the Yusuf Dati raging against the obedience space.
Yeah, I listened to Yusuf Dati, and it brings to question the quality of our thought processes as a people. Yusuf Dati was hailed just yesterday, I'm just using in literal form, just how many months ago. Oh, I find him very droll. His conversation, his presentations, I don't find him intelligent at all. I'm sorry, anybody can, disagree with me.
Sorry, Bishop. Do you think he's making a mistake going after the obedience space? Because I think he would need them on his side if he wants a career in politics. Because they loved him dearly just barely a few months ago, like you said. But if he turns them against him, then what does he have? They don't know him in the north. It's only the obedience space that are carrying him.
Like I said, it is a Frankenstein monster. It's a creation of the obedience. Dati Baba Abed is a creation. Yusuf Dati rather is a creation of the obedience, mob, and they gave him the oxygen with which he breathed with, and they shot him to the limelight, and he assumed that status of is a hero. He speak all manner of gibberish on television, and he cannot swear him. He try to make some quotation. He try to read some books and quote things upside down. I don't find him interesting. I don't find him intelligent at all. And the same thing with Peter Obi. I listened to Peter Obi about in 2022 before the election, when Peter Obi was indicating interest. I did something. I spent time one night, the whole night. I was listening to Peter Obi's interview back to back. I chose those interviews. I'm sure I mentioned it in here. And I did not find him interesting. I tried to put myself in his place. So the thought processes of Dati Ahmed. So there is nothing spectacular. He wants to remain in the limelight. He thinks he has become a kind of political colossus, which he is not. So if the obedience cancel him or they come at him, or it is immaterial, as far as I'm concerned, everything he said is just trying to, you know how you want to sound intelligent, but you are completely not there. That's the way I look at him. So listening to him, he's so drab. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't know how much older is he than me, but he's so drab in this conversation. But because we are blinded so much by emotion and several other factors, we are not given to logic. We are not given to sound argument. We are, it is emotion, it is tantrums. So you hate Mr. A. So irrespective of what Mr. B presents, you just want to go for Mr. B. Not much because Mr. B has quality, but because you just want to show your hatred for Mr. A. Now, the same Obi followers, the obedient. Look at the way they have tore anybody that said to disagree at all an inch with Peter Obi on any topic. Immediately you disagree with Peter Obi. So all the hailing they were hailing you before, does it mean it is because you were supporting Peter Obi, not because they actually believe? Look, if and we've seen it, it's following a pattern, it's a trend. We have several people. If they speak well of Peter Obi today and they are praising Peter Obi, oh, they are good, they are this, they are that. Immediately they have created a godlike image of Peter Obi that he can never do anything wrong. Whether before or now, you can never say, look at the way they are tearing Kenneth Okonkwo. They are darling of yesterday. Look at the way they did to this Doyo Okupe of blessed memory. Look at the way, how many people have disagreed with Obi that they have not turned into shreds. I don't think there is anybody. So it's okay. I don't keep saying the best Peter Obi will ever be in Nigerian politics was what it was in 2023. 2023 was an happenstance. It was a flash in the pan. It's something that's not going to happen again. I pity some of my people that I associate with, and because I sit them down once in a while, tell me what is that spectacular thing about Peter Obi? Is he so knowledgeable? Is he so they give him that, that's as if it's the same. So for Dati Baba, yes, the obedient will do what they know how to do best. I will be surprised if anybody is surprised, because I expect them to do exactly that. Not that I'm in support of whatever he says, because everything he says is balderdash, but that they are going to come after him, that one is already a given. It is what is going to happen anyways. So they are going to come after him because he was part of the people that helped to create, to kind of mystify this Obi, because the way he was speaking about Obi.
Bishop, if there was ever an instance that tells you that you should never trust a politician, is somebody like this Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. Yeah. In the 2023 cycle, it was all out. Obi can walk on water. Obi is the next thing after. It's a saint. It's a this. It's a that. And now it's telling us now, barely 3 years down the line, that this guy is the worst of human beings. So if you have believed him then and voted Obi to be president, then was it selling us a fake product, or is it telling lies now? So it's the direct opposite. It was quite categorical back in that cycle, and it's quite categorical now. So which is it? The direct opposite of its position.
He did not even capture the totality of what he said. At some point, it was very inciting. Maybe insightful is the word now. Saying that the democracy will die in Nigeria, there will be no Nigeria. He was very, very that vehement in some of his utterances. So what he said he believed in, that Peter Obi is the saint after Jesus, that he did this, he did that, that he was ready to sacrifice a country of 200 million people for. And 3 years after, it will show you that there was not a conviction. Starting from saying that he joined the Obi ticket out of pity, that is disgusting. So it was not out of conviction. So everything you were saying then was just because, you have seen an opportunity to be in power, to be in the limelight, and Obi had given you that platform, and you are ready to say anything. You are ready to kill, you are ready to destroy, you are ready to burn down the country. You thought you were almost there to become a vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And now that has fallen apart, like a pack of, crumble like a pack of, not even cards, like a pack of cookies. You now turn it back to say all manner of this nonsense. And he's going to say more. He's going to say more. And that shows the character of an average human being, an average man. Many of us are not led by our convictions. They are just led by circumstances.
All right, Bishop, give us a little flavor on Aisha Yesufu versus Sirika Dixon, and then we go on from there to Zita.
Sirika Dixon and Aisha Yesufu is an unfolding event, but I'm disappointed. to the extent that I don't know if people, the way people manage, you see, it's always easy to cast aspersion, to throw stone at other people, to abuse and disparage and criticize. Quite honestly, I criticize too, but I do more of introspection. This thing I'm criticizing this individual for, if it were to be me, what would I be have been able to do different? You know, I try as much as possible to try and put myself in their shoes, in the shoes of these people. So this is Aisha Yesufu. That, you know, it's the easiest job to do in Nigeria is being a critic. Either you are in the civil society, you call yourself a activist. It is only in Nigeria that activism has become a profession. And you see activists that are riding the best of cars. They are living in, you know, multi-million dollar estate. They are flying about. They are living a life like they are some company's chief executive officer. So Aisha Yesufu from nowhere rode on the wings of activism to come. Now, Seriake Dixon is showing. Seriake Dixon is not a greenhorn. He's been in politics since 1999 or even before then, since the days of AD, Alliance for Democracy. And the man is showing you that there is something we call party supremacy. In the days of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, and the rest, when the party talks, nobody, even the party is so powerful that most political presidential aspirants want to have some level of control in the party. Now you are bringing a Luther mentality to this party, and they told you, we've had several reports. They said, look, these people, you met them here. This is the way we want to run it, and that they offered her the House of Rep of Abuja and Kwali something, Amak and Kwali constituencies, and she rejected it. Now, coming on here, the biggest damage she has done, not to NDC, to the OB brand, is coming online to disparage and attack Seriake Dixon. That is totally unacceptable. I'm waiting to see how it will play out. Yeah, Peter Obi went to him 2 or 3 days ago, trying to do some damage control. But ultimately, it has become very open.
Bishop, do you think it is important for Seriake Dixon to consequence? Because I saw that somebody sent it to me. She went and did a near 10-minute rant just slandering the guy, that he doesn't know how to do leadership and all of these things. Do you think it's important, in order to assert its authority, for Seriake Dixon to consequence this woman from the creeks?
No, what they would do is this. What is likely to happen is this. Seriake Dixon and Peter Obi, we have conversation and some leaders. But for decency's sake, he will tell Peter Obi when it's having to do with him or the party. Aisha Yesufu should take a backseat. Let her go and be doing her activism on the side. Don't let her bring her activism into the party. And Peter Obi, being the very selfish individual that he's always been, is ready to sacrifice. He will be very more than willing to sacrifice. So he will just put Aisha Yesufu on the sideline. Look, go and be doing whatever you want to do there. When they are going to be having meeting, there is no meeting of the party leadership that will involve Aisha Yesufu going forward. That's my prediction. That's my summary. Because Peter Obi will not let go the ticket because of Aisha Yesufu. And Seriake Dixon will not want to be disrespected with the outburst, the kind of outburst. So he would, and I know the kind of Seriake Dixon. Luckily, I saw him once on one-on-one many years ago at Stockholm. Now, it's very intimidating. I mean, that's why they call it the all manner of names they call it. He will not stand to be disrespected by anybody, talk less the person of Aisha Yesufu's caliber, and the insult is taken. So if you are giving him the time to respond to him online, but because they are reminding him that you are the national leader of a political party that has the potential of providing the president of the Federal Republic, so you cannot be having a public banter and exchange with this character. So just, if you want to, go and look for a spokesperson that will be responding to her, but you should not be responding to her. But it is for Peter Obi now to decide hey, do you want to stay with Aisha Yusufu, or you want to tell Aisha Yusufu to stay on the fringes? You will just be on the sideline, because he cannot go into any meeting of the party leadership that is going to involve either the chairman or Seriake Dixon, because she's already cast aspersion on their personality and integrity. And that's how it's going to be. That's my predictions anyway.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So you can all see now why Bishop has such a large and loyal followership. So thank you, Bishop. Stay with us, Bishop. We're going from you,
National
Bishop.
mind that greets you.
After you've this team, after you
Bishop is looking for Wahala.
Wajani. But we go to Zita, who is also with us. Zita, flush yours. All right, that's Zita, of course. Prince Daddy, are you with us? Prince. Hello, woman. P. Diddy. Oh, all right, Prince Daddy is not with us. So we go to you then, Thomas. So Thomas, the floor is yours. Yeah, floor is yours.
Yeah. Good.
Why would Thomas talk now? He's a course now. So much sure.
No. It's been long I come now. It's been long I'm here. Yeah, let me be a panelist today.
It's been long you come. I hope Madam Thomas is not complaining about that.
Where's your mind now? Where's your mind in the gutter? Huh?
We were all thinking the same thing now. The moment he said that, we're not all thinking the same thing. Sorry.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's 1:11 here, Sunday afternoon. Yeah, we say thank you everyone for listening. One man, sometimes I get angry and annoyed and about Peter Obi. Let's start from Peter Obi saying he's gonna release Nnamdi Kanu. As Bishop said earlier on,
Thomas, it's my turn. No.
Oh, yeah, you go.
Don't worry.
You've been calling you. Yeah, let me just make comment about Peter Obi, then you come, please.
Continue. I'll come after you.
Yeah, that's right. So it's one man, like you were asking the previous speaker, and he's trying to corner you, he's trying to debate you, like do the ojoro, they always do the obedience. I think people don't care about lives that Nnamdi Kanu, even and I can hear from the tone of the guy, it could be an Igbo guy. People don't care about people that was taken down through Nnamdi Kanu comments and instruction and inciting. People don't care about that. They just care about the Biafran stuff. And I always say this. You remember Yoruba people too, we are on the other side doing their Yoruba nation. And I've said it countless times on those platforms. A country that I will get, then a Yoruba blood will be shed because of a country. I don't want that country. I don't want that country. So for Nnamdi Kanu to do all this heinous crime, people were deleted, people were taken down, police stations were burned. People, you know the atrocity. I don't need to be naming it to you. But people they just think maybe it's just normal. It's let it go. It's let it just remove, release this guy. And Bishop have said it all. Peter Obi, they've been saying he's the next president. That's fine. When he becomes the next president, 2027 is just at the corner right here. Let him release Nnamdi Kanu. The president have the prerogative and the right to release whoever he wants to release. But to me, I think that guy should be in jail forever. Or maybe 30 years or 50 years, or let's just stay calm there, so that Southeast will be at peace. And see now, Southeast is at peace. Since this guy has been in jail, he's been at peace. So, Southeast brothers and sisters, they are my family. They are still Nigeria until they get out of Nigeria. Then we can say we are not brothers and sisters. But even though if they get out of Nigeria, they are still human beings like me. I'm a Christian. I'm a lover of saving life. Bloodshed is not in my blood. You know, I'm quite different from what they are thinking about their country. Is until they kill, until they take people down by force. It doesn't work like that. Woman life, I precious woman life. I don't care about what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. So far, any blood of a person has been taken down because of that country. I don't have part in that country. Yeah, if you want to resume 2027, they said they are going to beat Tinubu hands down. When he become president, let him release Nnamdi Kanu. But the blood of people that has been taken down through Nnamdi Kanu utterances will be following him. And we've listened to diverse people on even Igbos. Couple of them, they don't even want this guy to be released because immediately he got released. You remember the other day, he jumped bail. The problem started again. He was inciting from the UK. So since he's been in jail now, Sadbid has been in peace. In what? In peace. I'll never think of releasing him to anywhere, to anybody. Let him be in the jail. Maybe over 20 years, 50 years, when an Igbo person come and people saying Igbo is going to be the next president, they are just deceiving themselves. Tinubu is going to still win the next election. People on woman, let me stop here so that let me start. Madam Sita coming.
All right. Igbo is not actually in contention. It was Nnamdi Kanu. It was Peter Obi. So Peter Obi is not a representation of the Southeast. But thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, I'm going to Bill and you take over. So I'm going to line it up for Zita and then Bill and then you can bring it up. After Zita Prince Daddy, if it's ready for us, we've got Midwest with us and Remy as well. But
Woman, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm going to work. I'm not yet to take over today. I'm very sorry. I'm going to work in 45 minutes now, please.
So you just came to come and bash Kanu? Is that why you came here?
Yes.
Yeah. Of course. I bash Peter Obi all the time. I'm focusing on Peter Obi, not really on even Kanu. Kanu is already finished himself in the jail. Let it go and stay there.
Sunday Igboho is not finishing himself.
Sunday Igboho doesn't incite people.
Oh, it doesn't incite
people. Does he?
Right?
Yeah. No, I don't know.
So Sunday Igboho can't get rid of Fulani in the forest. You're inciting. Kò kọ́ wọn ọmọ kò kọ́ wọn èèyàn lọ kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bá wọn jà kọ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa lé wọn kúrò nínú igbó wa. Kàyẹ́n sí inciting àbí. Kí ni ìdí tí búbù fi lọ kọ́ wọn DSS lọ pa sínú ilé ẹ̀ tó fi pa èèyàn bíi mẹ́ta sínú ilé ẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ sí. Tọ́ọ̀bà ní pé ó ń incite.
Make everybody dey hear wetin you dey talk or they go one side.
Okay. If it wasn't inciting, if Sunday Igboho was not inciting, why did Bubu send DSS to go and kill him at his own before he now turned into a cat when he can't escape, using juju escape? So it wasn't inciting, and that was why Bubu sent heavily armed special force to go and kill him. What are people talking about? Suddenly now your Sunday Igboho now is now your local champion. Now it can be pardoned. Yeah, all his errors all his sins are forgiven. Abi?
But Rational Man, you are with us since. Do I've ever agreed with Sunday Igboho since he started his Yoruba? You know I've never agreed with him. I'm not his fan. You know me. I'm not his fan. Even though we come from the same state, I've never been his fan of his Yoruba agitation. You know that. So I've never given any kudos. You know that. You know that, yeah. I've never been giving any kudos.
I know you don't. Jisoro, sorry, but I'm just saying the same way the same way you are criticizing Frank Porukwe. I hope you are criticizing your Igbo like that too, and if you send him to jail too for inciting Yoruba people against the Fulani, Abi, we should do the same thing. That whether we don't look like an hypocrite. That's what I'm saying. I know that you don't support Igbo, but since you don't support him, also say that too, so that we know that everything.
Thomas, can I interject for a little while? before
Yeah,
Madam.
yeah, come in, Remy. Yeah, come in. How are you, my brother?
I think if we put Igbo and Nnamdi Kanu side by side, their action and inaction is not the same thing. It clearly shows that Nnamdi Kanu led the agitation for Biafra. And the course of doing that, he raised a militant or whatever they call themselves. And even before these things skyrocketed, we all know that they started burning all federal government property in the southeast. They started buying a lot of policemen and also military officials. I remember one that is vividly. There's a military couple that went for a wedding. They killed them. And this former PDP national secretary, Ogbulafo, I forgot his name, is from the northern part of the country. They also buy the guy in the northeast. They buy a lot of federal government
Ahmed Gulag.
Yes, a lot of people there. And their action and inaction, even when we talk about NSAS program, NSAS protest, Lagos State is not southeast, for God's sake. That means you want the whole country to burn down when you continue to incite the people to go and bomb police station. You tell them, get any weapon, gun, cutlass. You also instruct them. You are telling them where to go, where to burn down. Please. And when we now compare with Igbo, I don't think Igbo came and formed his own militancy group and started buying his own people. That the way they buy hundreds of people in the southeast. We are all here that during their action, some of their children cannot go to school. They cannot. Their teachers were flogged in daylight. So if you want your people to get out of Nigeria, in which I think if there is a referendum in Nigeria, the rest region of Nigeria would gladly accept that the Southeast should just go their own way if that is what they want.
You know, if they had that referendum, Remy, you'll be surprised that the overwhelming majority of the Southeast will say no. But the IPOB something is a vocal minority. You know, they say empty barrels make the loudest noise.
And that is the truth. Nothing far from the truth. And I think we cannot just compare their action and inaction with Igbo. Igbo never called for Yoruba nation by himself. He never called for that kind of thing. The people that are calling for Yoruba nation are totally different from.
Is that what you said now? You said you did not call for Yoruba nation.
Can I let me finish?
You come here, you just pure this your half truth, half lie.
You know, Thomas, can
we
you?
We saw him when he was gallivanting from one country to another. I mean, he went to Kiestama, where was it called? Your country there, your woman. He went to go and submit your bag, whatever crap he went to go and do there. He wasn't calling for Yoruba. Even before your what's his name, Bubu sent Isaiah killers to go and kill him in his house. Was he not championing Yoruba nation? What are you talking about?
Okay, can I continue so that because I do want to exchange word with you. Actually, the Yoruba nation I know are those Professor Akintoye or that kind of people, and then later there's so many people asking for.
So sorry, Remy, are you saying that Sunday Igboho was not Yoruba nation?
No, because the one I knew properly is what that.
No. Are you not aware that he is Yoruba nation? He's never said anything else other than he wants Yoruba nation.
But from his utterances, to me personally, I think.
And he's a disciple of Professor Akintoye as well.
He is just protecting Yoruba interests. Where he really comes in is when there is a lot of killings in Yoruba land, especially that site in Shaki or wherever. I forgot that area in the
Igogon.
Yeah. That is why he came prominent that he wanted to defend his Yoruba people. And nobody in Nigeria can say Igboho is spying his own people in Yoruba land. Nobody can tell us that Igboho.
But was he agitating for Yoruba nation? Are you saying you are not aware that he was?
I'm not. To be personal to me, I'm not aware he's agitating for Yoruba. The only one I know
you've never heard.
I know two people. That
Yoruba nation.
And also one woman like that.
Yes, now I think everybody knows he was agitating for Yoruba nation.
Actually, to me, I know Igboho as a thug, as a political thug.
Yeah, it started from political talk in
Yeah.
Ibadan.
No, we all know that. That is his back history.
So when Buhari,
but when Buhari went after him, it was because he was agitating for Yoruba nation.
okay, if Buhari had been succeeded that time, everyone is not going to fall. That means he would have been passed away dead one way or the other. I don't have any pity for him because I think if we really want our Yoruba nation, this is not a set of people that will lead Yoruba. That is
that's the truth, my brother.
A lot of Yoruba are not in support. They cannot. Why can you put this kind of man as agitating for Yoruba? No. And that is why you do not see overwhelming support to most of his actions.
You don't think the majority of Yorubas want Yoruba nation?
They do, but the way they want it is in a peaceful manner. It's not the way that the other side.
Remy, sorry. One man, as we are here, we are a couple of Yoruba. Do you want Yoruba nation?
I've always said it now. That's my number one thing.
I don't want Yoruba nation.
No, I want Yoruba nation. No, definitely.
To me, I see it this way. If that country is going to break, I want us to break peacefully, and everybody go to their region. You manage your region, and once you become a country, if you like, you can make a visa free to other region. If you like, you have to seek visa to come to your country. It's as simple as ABC. If we cannot form that unity, we can as well break. And luckily for Nigeria, it's already breaking to 6 regions, unless we are lying to ourselves. So it's already breaking to 6 regions. So that is it. And if we break away, and people in Kwara or Kogi that are Yoruba, they cannot live in Kwara or Kogi, they can as well come back to their Yoruba side and live in the 6th state of Yoruba land. That is fairness to me. So all of those things, agitating for, you are agitating, you are killing your own people. You are agitating, you are burning down a lot of things, and you say you are not inciting. How do you get guns for your people? How do you keep them in uniform? Sometimes I think the people that suffer in the Southeast, that suffer loved one, I wish they are here on this platform today to come and tell their stories, how they kill their people, how they burn their property. Oh, it's so horrible.
Remy, even some people can never go to their state to celebrate. Their mother will die. They will bury them in Lagos. They can't take.
All right, we have to get to Zita at some point, but yeah.
Okay, I think
I'm done. One man. Yeah, Zita can take.
Is Zita still there? Is she responding?
Yeah, she's been waiting patiently. Zita, are you there? All right. It's only when we go on to somebody else.
So, one man, before you leave, I want you to.
I'm here.
Okay. All right.
All right, make that point, rational mind.
If she's going to talk, so there's no point now. But I wanted to say I wanted to moderate between myself and Bishop on this issue that I want to discuss with him. That is, if we can do that today. If not, maybe we'll have to reschedule for another day for that.
All right. Maybe we'll have that conversation after Zita. So Zita, the floor is yours. We were talking about it's the number one trending thing on social media. That's why we are talking about it. It's not like we talk, although we seem to talk about Peter Obi every day, but it's the number one trending thing on social media. Peter Obi has come out yesterday to effectively say that if he becomes president, he would immediately release Nnamdi Kanu. So that's what a lot of people are talking about. We're also talking about Rotimi Amechi finally agreed to be Atiku's running mate. So that comes as no surprise, but is it a disappointment? Do you remember that American guy that came, the congressman that came on a fact-finding mission, went to the Middle Belt, etc.? So he's been praising yes. So he's been praising the state police that is passing through now. Looks as though it will come to law sometime this month. And then do you also remember the Major General that was kidnapped by the bandits in Katsina State? He has passed away.
With his wife.
With his wife. He has passed away, but they did not buy him. He succumbed to diabetes and hypertension. So we're talking about that.
Have they released the wife?
No, the wife is still in custody. That is why I said there's no milk of humanity in any of these people. And then Aisha Yesufu versus Siraika Dixon, that's a never-ending saga. And then Showore collapses as he's doing a lot on the street. So when will he come to the realization that his body cannot carry this thing that is embarked on anymore? And then Soludo came out to tell us that Nnewi, to all intents and purposes, is a glorified ghetto for reasons that his predecessors did not do anything. Let me actually play you that clip. It's only about a minute, and then you can pick it up from there. Here's Soludo.
Best time to have planted a tree was 20 years ago. But the second best chance is now. We are rescuing our cities from being slummed and going nowhere. Because in the next 45 years, you expect about 38 million people in this state. Without the kind of thing we are doing today, it will be impossible for people to move around. And that's why we're dualizing and gazetted all trunk A roads for dualization. It should have happened before. But we will dualize the much we can. We're in a haste so that people will be able to move around. Whatever we're doing here, we're very intentional. We ask the question, how will it fit in the next 50, 100 years? And that's what we're doing. That's why this visit is very critical. There are basic things you have in a place and you can call it a city. Without them, that is no city. Currently, Nnewi has grown as, if you like, a chaotic ghetto, as it were. But we're going to breathe life into it. I go to Ife, my father, where the ma, or that's also. But not for Anambra of the next generation to rescue the state to them. You can say what is going on now, nation. You can say what is going on now and still ongoing. You can say to do this urban regeneration. I know it's a very tough thing to do. When you call a bomb, so in Jebido na bem, Jebido no.
So what struck me in that clip, Zita, was when Soludo said that Nnewi is to all intents and purposes a glorified ghetto. That struck me. And then the second thing that struck me was that it told us that the fundamentals with which you needed to build a state on were not there when he came in. So that is to say there was nothing there, and the place had so it's essentially an indictment on his predecessors. And of course, one of his famous predecessors always invite us to go and verify. So there's that. And then on the good news, Bianca Ojoko has been proven to be an excellent Minister of Foreign Affairs as she continues on a rescue mission to rescue any Nigerian that finds himself in some sort of trepidation anywhere in the world. So, flourish yours, Azita.
Let me start with Soludo. Anambra State is a state that has a lot of erosion. For you to build road in Anambra to last, I think you should be talking to companies like Niger Cat or Julius Berger. But if it is Konko Mananko, it will watch off. The plan Nkike was doing it was to send that erosion to some places where they can do their rice farming. But it didn't work out. We glorified the ghetto. Man, if you go to Igbo land, it's just the roads that are really bad, but the kind of houses you see in areas like Nnewi, I wouldn't actually call it a glorified ghetto anyway. But when you look at the roads, yeah, they have some kind of terrible roads. But then the mansions that the people drop there is not ghetto. You can't find such mansions in ghetto. So I don't know what he's talking about. If he's talking about bad roads, yes, but not the site itself. Anyway, back to Yusuf Aisha. No problem now. If she says she will not collect House of Reps, that's okay. she should stay without going into politics. I don't even know why we are discussing Aisha Yusuf. I don't even know why it's so important. It's like anybody disobedient keep beating gong for. We find ourselves talking about them. Then Showore that collapsed. Well, Showore, what did you call him last time? You called him content
creator.
Is Zita with us, or am I the one that is no longer available?
I think we lost the Zita. He's still on mute.
Right.
He's still on. She's still on the screen.
No, she's unmuted, but maybe some glitch in the system there.
Maybe some glitch here.
And when Zita, she comes back now, she'll just carry on talking because she will not have noticed that.
She doesn't know that we lost her now. Madam Zita, we can't hear you. Can you go up and come in? Sorry.
Zita? The one thing, especially the one thing you can. Oh, she has dropped now.
She's dropped.
All right. Do we want to have that conversation then between Bishop and Rational Mind? So Rational Mind, take about 3 minutes to set the tone. And
I think I've not made my own submission.
Let's go to Remy. Yeah, let's go to Remy. One man.
Okay, well, let's go to Remy.
Why are you laughing, Rational Mind? Why are you laughing? You are looking for trouble.
It's okay. Let's go to Remy. All right, let's go to Remy now.
And at the same time, I don't think Bishop have already agreed to that kind of whatever they want to do or something like that.
Bishop is listening.
Okay, Zita is back. But
what is wrong with this guy? I mean, like Bishop is not. What, are you Bishop?
Okay.
So,
let me take my turn. I had issues with my network.
Yeah. Carry on, Zita. Yes, carry on.
I was with Showore. Showore is not somebody you can. I don't know. He's disrespectful. He's just playing his usual content creation. I don't really think he fainted really, but Showore is somebody. I don't think he will ever pull people towards him because he's
Madam Sita. Sorry, he said Nigerian police flit something into his nostrils. There was no video because everybody there protesting that day, everybody carried their smartphone. There was no video to ascertain what he said. That is what he said on the video, that as soon as I arrived, Nigerian police came and inflicted something into my nostrils.
Okay,
that's what he said.
And then what? And so what?
It was tear gas now. It was tear gas.
So what? If they use tear gas or water cannon to disperse protesters, and who the heck is Showore? You people are putting a lot of importance on that guy. I just see him as a regular Nigerian who like running his mouth. But above all, I see him as a very rude, arrogant, and disrespectful idiot. It's as simple as ABC. Such person doesn't drag people to himself. You cannot insult everybody and talk down on it, demeaning everybody except yourself. It doesn't work that way. Come on now. It doesn't work that way. But for people who believe in him, they should believe in him. On the election day, Che is on the ballot. They should go and vote for him and see whether he will win. Then the next topic, you said, was it? I talked about Bianca. Well, Bianca, she's doing her job. Her physical presentation will go a long way in helping Nigeria. Then you talk about who else again? The man has died in cell, in captivity.
Yes, Rabi Abubakar is name
is good because I wish most of them will be dying in captivity. They should be catching them because they are the ones holding our money, and they are the ones that led us before that couldn't do anything. Good. They should stop picking school children and molesting young women and boys. They should stop that. They should concentrate on those people that have ruled us before. Keep catching them and dealing with them. And actually, those are the ones that will give them big money. Anyway, then come back to Peter Obi. You say Peter Obi said he will release Nnamdi Kanu. Well, if he wins the if he becomes the president
Yes,
of
that's the number one trending item on social media.
yeah, if he become you see woman, you see, there are things I call politicking. You remember when he said, yes, daddy, yes, daddy. Everybody came to this platform and said, blah, blah. Everybody says, I said, no, it's a way to win vote. That is the only way I see it. It's a way to win vote. He's trying to move towards those iPod people, so that because from what he's seeing, Igbo land is going to be tough for him. You know, it's a bit talk rubbish. Igbo land is going to be tough for him. If this cook, where Hope Uzodinma and the Enugu state man is cooking, if he works, Igbo land is going to be tough for him. So he wants to win that base, maybe to make them scatter the whole election in that east that day. That's all he's trying to do. And again, if he wins the presidency as the president of the country, he has the right to pardon whosoever he wants to pardon.
Madam Sita, sorry for coming in. Are you saying the Igbos will not vote for Peter Obi 95%? Because there are so many bragging online that is still going to get more than what he got the last time. Thank you.
See, Thomas, I have said this. Please, when I said Thomas, I don't mean you. I'm just using
Yeah,
you.
that's all right. Yeah, I know. We know how we roll now.
Okay.
Continue.
So you see, I have been saying this. I want to see whether I'm wrong. Come January, if the result of the election come out, even if Obi score 600,000 votes, I won't be surprised. If he scores 150,000 votes, I wouldn't be surprised. But if he makes up to 6 million, I will be surprised. That is the way I'll do my own political permutation. Why did I say that? You see, when a politician have a followership, that followership is not just on him, because they have to expand him. That is the essence of followership, to expand his base. So if you are a politician and you claim you have followership and your base is not expanding, then you don't have followership. Obi won 6 million votes in 2023, and everybody was like, they condemned that election process. They said it's fraud, it is that. I really read. But looking at back in Nigeria, a third position in Nigeria, I don't even know, the numbers are too small, you cannot even see it, let alone announcing it. But in 2023, a third position was so huge that it was announced and it became a thing. Now, since that 2020, I'll be saying this on this platform, since that 2023, from the day that election was called, they went to court, they lost in court. I'm talking about those who call him a gentleman. You can't call such a person a gentleman. A gentleman is somebody who loses and accepts his loss. A gentleman is somebody who believes that he should have won and went to court that he said he believes in, so much so that he went to the highest court of justice and lost an election. At that point, he would have congratulated the winner. That's a gentleman. But up to today, Thomas, as I speak to you, Peter Obi has not congratulated Tinubu, and I don't think he will.
And
Now,
he still said it last month that he won the election. Even still last month. Yeah.
So the difference between him and Donald Trump is that Trump has a base, a very strong base. When I mean base, the guy got a hot base that he sits down and calls somebody. 90% of his endorsement go through. In that 90% of his endorsement, 70% end up winning that election. So that's a man who has a strong base, whether he's in position or he's not in position. But this P2B, from the day the Supreme Court declared that result, he has been campaigning. He has tried everything possible to show the world that he has followers. And it's not showing. I don't mind people, is social media. I have said this before. Maybe people joined politics newly. But if you've been following politics, you know that forget about Twitter, Facebook. Remember when you be Ocean Defender, NigerianWar.com. Then, when Jonathan Demand of Basan and Buhari, it was Oshun Defender and NigerianWar.com. That's where we the fire. Every day, everybody's hand is on the keyboard, abusing everything. This person, this person. But now they have Twitter, they have Facebook, they have this, they have everybody open their own. It's same as if somebody is talking. Actually, nobody is talking. Forget all those internet blah. Because that internet blah, Obi has been campaigning and he has never won a single seat. He has campaigned for Labour, he has campaigned for ADC, and I am sure if there is any by-election, he's going to campaign for NDC. In a blink of 3 years, he's going to campaign for 3 different political parties. And even at that, he has not won a single seat. So back to the question you asked about Southeast. And back to that question, Thomas, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm listening. I have to have your question. Your answer, please.
Okay. Yeah. Back to the Southeast. You said they say he's going to get 99% of the vote.
95. 95.
You see, Tinubu is, let me use the word they call him, because when you call somebody a Chicago boy, are you calling that name as a small screen? Maybe you don't understand what you mean by somebody is a Chicago boy. A 5-year-old boy in Chicago, South Side, will run you street. Go and try.
Madam Zita,
and that guy.
One question, please. Just one question.
What's that?
Is Chicago boy and Bobo Chicago, do they mean the same thing?
Whichever one you call it, you are just trying to tell me that the person is running things in Chicago.
Okay.
Actually, they call it Chi-Town anyway. It means somebody is running things in Chicago. You run street. And I'm telling you, this is a global platform. You come to Chicago, 5-year-old boy will run you street in Southside. That's how deadly it is. People die every day in Chicago more than they die in Afghan. Or every other country you think is too chaotic. So this man is a terrible human being. I want to use a negative word, even if he's giving him a positive result. But he is a terrible guy. You see, Thomas, you see what Tinubu with his conglomeration of gangsters did in Southeast. I am waiting for the result. Thomas, Tinubu went and did...
What did they do?
Wait now. Tinubu went and did primaries.
Yes.
One man from nowhere. Never, I don't know whether one man has heard about that man before.
I've never heard about him. Never. I don't even remember his name now.
He challenged Tinubu. Normal political parties, when their president show interest on going to second term. I don't want to talk about democracy in the United States that did a coup in 2024. I'm talking about normal political party. When their president show interest in going for a second time, everybody will just, relax. But this man say he will come. No, nobody can stop him. All these things were arranged. What we are planning to do is to show their number. Thomas, listen carefully. I am saying this because I personally do not like people demeaning our institutions. When the result will come out, they will abuse the police. Who is making that noise now? They will abuse the police. They will abuse our military. And these are our institutions. They will abuse INEC. They will abuse the Supreme Court. And because of the so-called global bullshit, these people run around the internet typing bullshit. I have read an editorial an Igbo boy wrote before in AP. When I saw the name, I was shocked. I was shocked. And I am very sure that guy did not school abroad. He schooled in Nigeria, because if you look at this thing, you can see that he schooled in Nigeria. Nigeria gave him that opportunity. But that being said, let me go back to your question. So Tinubu did this will I call it kangaroo primaries, and then showed his numbers. That is the way they rig election in Chicago. What we call it is Chicago-style politics. And that Chicago-style politics over the years is being replicated all over the United States. You show your number, numbers of your members. That one is settled. Nobody is going to take that one away from you. That card-carrying members of your party, it is settled. Then you'll be hearing them in the United States, the independents. How are we going to ward the independents? Undecided voters. Then what are you going to do to ward the other party, Democrats, to your side? Election don't finish. You have your numbers. That's your members. That one is written. So when somebody like Hope Uzodimma look us straight in the eyes for our koro before and told us that APC now have more members than Kanu State, Thomas, there is a problem. I repeat myself again. If Hope Uzodimma and Tinubu will look Nigerians right in the eyes and said, all of a sudden, out of the blues, that APC now have more members, like people who are politically inclined, like going on to register for membership in Igbo land. Come on, man. That they have 580-something thousand members. Way above Kanu. Are you kidding me? And somebody said they're going to get 99% of the votes. Thomas, I am waiting. No, I can't wait for January to come. Hello?
Yeah, so Zita, let me take you to a couple more places, and then we'll move it around a bit. Your friend Rotimi Amechi, he has now agreed to be Atiku's running mate. So that comes as no surprises to anyone. And another thing that may not come as a surprise to you is Obasanjo endorsing the Obi Kwakwanso ticket.
You know, I actually do have a very big problem with Obasanjo. He's an old man. I respect him. I saw him when he was the president, I saw him as a nationalist. Actually, his policies built my career. I'm so proud to say that. Obasanjo's policies. And he didn't just put the policy, he put it and stood by it. He fought them and they implemented it. He seized their money and they implemented it. Now, Obasanjo has every right to make Obi the vice president, which would have turned out to be the president. Because as at the time, Obi was crying for his mandate in Anambra State, Obasanjo was looking for vice president for Yaradua. So why didn't he take him? Or is he thinking that now Nigerians will be more acceptable of an Igbo man than then? I don't think so, because an Igbo man has been vice president of Nigeria before. So I don't know why. Nobody should come here and tell me that if he has used Peter Obi as Yaradua's vice, they wouldn't have won that election, because that election, Obasanjo rigged it massively because he wants to make sure Atiku did not see the light of the day. So I don't know why he did not. Is he playing with the brain of an Igbo man or what? I don't even understand it. Because him and me knows that Peter Obi cannot beat Tinubu. I repeat, Obasanjo and I know very well that Peter Obi cannot beat Tinubu. Anybody when like making take and match Peter Obi. And in as much as Peter Obi is saying he's going to release Nnamdi Kanu, that is for Eastern Nigeria. I hope he's thinking how the Northerners will feel about it. He can win here and lose there.
Do you not feel that Obi is in a difficult position because the body of his followership is from the East? And the one thing that agitates that really engages that space is the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So he has to feed them, because if he doesn't feed them, he has nothing. But then, like you said, the rest of the country don't actually agree that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. I certainly don't agree, and I don't think most of the North agree as well.
Let me tell you something.
So it puts him in a very difficult position.
If Nnamdi, okay, let me give an example. If Nnamdi Kanu handled Biafra the way Wazirike handled the Biafra, and he says he's going to release Wazirike, Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think so many Nigerians will frown at it. I don't think. Some people will still frown at it. Why are you going to release somebody who is agitating for secession? But then, Nnamdi Kanu was extremely violent about it. He was rude. He was stupid. He was arrogant. He was violent about it. He created a cankerworm and caterpillar that destroyed the whole of Igbo land. And in all that shenanigan, they couldn't even remove even one single state governor. At the end of the day, those state governors dealt mercilessly with them. At a point, their problem became Hope Uzodinma. And Hope Uzodinma told them that no be today when be criminal, say they be learner. No be today now. Hope Uzodinma no be today. No be today, oh. Hope Uzodinma. Ositizu Naso. Two men that connived and unseat at Zeribe. 9 headless mob, they run around them. Anyway, he's making a political statement. So he will win some people. I don't even think he's going to win vote. Maybe
Do you
just
think he's right in the sort of politics that he's playing?
Peter Obi is not fighting to win. He's acting to be given. There are two different things.
No, I'm talking about the way he's politicking towards the Nnamdi Kanu space.
That is what I am
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
now. He's not fighting to win. He's acting to be given. That's the kind of politics he's doing. Politics of fighting to win is a politics that, more especially as a presidential candidate, you will avoid saying certain things so that you will not please this side and hurt this side. Because as a presidential candidate, you need votes from everywhere. So he's doing things for something to be handed over to him. He's not fighting. Don't worry, the campaign will soon start. In 2023, Tinubu was fighting the fight of his life, the fight for his ambition. Whichever way you look at it, because politics is dirty, whichever way you look at it, he fought his way to Aso Rock. Now comes the second fight. Tinubu is cooking what he's cooking. The problem I have with that Tinubu is that he doesn't talk much. When you are dealing with somebody who finds it difficult to make he cannot make 3 sentences in 3 hours, then you have a big problem in your hands. You insult him, you abuse him, you demean him, you cajole him, you lie against him, you throw filth on him and everything, and keep mum. And he keeps stirring his cooking pot. He keeps stirring his cooking pot. When it is ready, he will serve you people. But Thomas, are you still there? Honestly, sincerely speaking, one man, I think this election is over. But if you people think we will continue, I rest my case.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Zita. Stay with us, Zita. We're going from you, Zita, to Remy, and then after Remy, if a rational mind and a bishop will want to then have that conversation, Remy, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think you guys have spoken well, and I will start with the issue about Aisha Yusufu. That one alone has taught a lot of Nigeria a good lesson that politics is grassroots. It's not this church online. You have to go back to the basics, and when you go back to the basics, you have to meet the world leaders and those consistent authority for your party in your ward or in your local government. How do you pacify them? How do you make sure that they like you? How do you make sure that they will present you ahead of other people? If you just think you can just walk in and they will just give you the ticket on a platter of gold, no, it's not done like that. Even if you're an ex-governor, you still have to pacify some people. You have to buy some people in either cash or in kind. So he has taught them a good lesson. The only reason why they gave Obi that opportunity because he has proven himself in 2023 election by gathering 6 million votes, whether illegal or illegally. So that is the major reason. And because the new political party, they are just looking for a face. But of course, they are smarter than Labour Party. So that is why you can see at the end of the day, Obi will not be a one-party church all around, just like he did in 2023. He had to submit whatever he's going to do to Lord Dixon, because Lord Dixon dictates the tune of how they are going to campaign, how they are going to raise money. Everything has to go back to the party, in which is the overall leader. For him saying he's going to release Kanu if he becomes the president, unfortunately, this man knows he's not going to become a president unless the people that are just following him, they are just deceiving themselves. How can you make that kind of a statement when you need vote from all the regions of Nigeria? How are you going to go back to Kano, Kaduna, Sokoto, and the rest, and you are telling them you are going to release the person that killed one of their son in the name of former PDP's national secretary, and so many other people that were by, and so many other Nigerians that were crossed in the crossfire of what happened in the Southeast during the Biafran agitation recently. So I think it's like you want some people in your region to vote for you, but at the same time, you are also shooting yourself on the foot for other regions not to vote for you, not to trust you. So that means you are not a good politician. And if we are talking about the forthcoming the next election in 2027, it's not going to have a free hand. In 2023, all the other governors of Southeast, they folded their hands, leaving you to do whatever you want to do. You read, you do everything. You score 94%, 99%. It's like the other party don't exist in that region. It's not going to happen again. And moreover, some of them also have their own ambition. Some of them are announcing ambition for VP in 2031. Some of them are preparing themselves for presidency when they go back to the South again, probably in 2039. So you are going to see a lot of people showing their muzzle. So Mazanzita is quite right. So don't be surprised if some of the states in the Southeast also vote for another candidate ahead of Peter Obi. Because when you look at the last election, that is the result of the election shows that all the 5 other regions, you can see categorically that people voted for other candidates apart from their son. Atiku Abubakar lost Sokoto State. He lost Borno. He lost like 3 or something like that. Tinubu lost Lagos and Osun State. But it's only Obi that won in all his state in the Southeast. It's not going to happen this time around. And no, I don't want anybody to come here and say rigging. What Madam Zita is trying to tell you, the APC are smart. They are showing you their card ahead. But if you are the one that watch carefully, you will know that they are trying to tell you from our party primaries, these are the numbers we got. Other political parties, Atiku did the same thing. He couldn't muster up to 5 million votes in total. NDC did not do that kind of primary. They just do a consensus arrangement among themselves. So when the election comes, don't be surprised that if the result comes, so nobody should start calling rigging, no rigging. So to me, I think Obi is in this election probably not to win, just to be a participant. Maybe that is good enough for him. That is where I see his own case. So, and in terms of saying that they should release Nnamdi Kanu, I am a Nigerian, and as we stand now, some of our brothers and sisters were killed in the Southeast. When this said release this man that caused a lot of mayhem in the Southeast, property were destroyed, markets were burned, people were beheaded, so many atrocities were committed. And some people will come here to release who? If not because the kind of politics or the game we play in Nigeria, which is tribal. Actually, if it's in a foreign land, they would have jailed him or sent him. He would not have the opportunity to be doing whatever they are doing. And it's because the kind of politics we play in Nigeria. That is the major reason. To me, Kanu should never be released, because how do you pacify thousands of people who have lost their loved ones? How do you talk to people who have lost their houses, burned down? How do you tell them? How do you want them to feel? These are not 1, 2, or 3, or 4, 5 people. There are thousands of people. They are not even hundreds. Thousands of people are pied. Oh God, I think sometimes, I don't know. Well, fortunately for
let
those
me
people.
chime in, Peter.
Okay,
Is woman still there?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can chime in. I'll give you the opportunity.
Oh, sure. Yeah, thanks for me. Woman, are you still there? Maybe woman is gone. Anyway, but I just made a comment earlier about Peter B getting. He said she'd be surprised if Peter B gets up to 6 million votes this coming election. Well, I wouldn't say that. I think it's going to come down to a percentage of the total votes. Now, if Peter B gets a higher percentage than last election, then that'd be pretty good. But it can still get 6 million plus votes and not get the same percentage, especially if a lot of people turn out. That's my point here. So if you actually go by the APC's their primary and the numbers, it sounds like a lot of people just their party. That's a lot of numbers. So if you put everything together, that's an indicator that a lot of people are going to turn out. There's going to be a high turnout. And if that happens, then we can get 6, 7, 8 million votes. Yeah, you can. But the question again is that what would that be in terms of the percentage of the total votes?
Okay, I think maybe she will respond to you later. When Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment, there were a lot of witnesses that the court they examined, maybe, and those witnesses pointed to Kanu direction, telling them to commit a lot of atrocity. These witnesses, they were not shown. They used something to cover their faces because of their lives, security of their lives. So if you are coming and asking about so many proofs, so many that at the end of the day, even destroyed Lagos State. So many vehicles were burned, new BRT buses, so many buildings were burnt. For God's sake, Lagos State is not Southeast. If truly he is a good agitator, why can't he say go and burn down Abia State or Anambra or Enugu? What concerns Lagos State with your agitation, with the Biafran agitation? And then I will quickly want to talk about the retired.
But Remy, but you just said it yourself now. I thought it did a lot of damages in the Southeast.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage in Southeast, but at the same time, when there is after the NSAS riot or protest, it starts inciting people to burn down everything in Lagos, start inciting them to get guns, to get cutlasses, started telling them where to burn, where to do that. That is incitement.
Well,
and maybe
obviously, Peter B does not know that. Well, actually, that video, somebody said, the guy I talked earlier said that was in 2022. So maybe Peter B does not know after his judgments or his crimes actually, because it made it sound so simple that he was thrown in jail because of he was talking on the radio. So I don't know.
So just let us put. I hope he's resting his. I hope he can spend the rest of his life in jail. He deserves it. Even deserve hanging, not even life imprisonment. To be frank. So I just want to quickly talk about the retired General Pai. Fortunately, they have released his corpse and they have also released his wife. So if Madam Sita, if you are listening, they have released his wife as well. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite condemnable, but this how it goes in that country.
Remy, did they pay any ransom?
I don't know about that. I don't know. The man died in their custody. I don't know whether they pay ransom to release the wife, or maybe the abductor also said that there's no need of holding the wife anymore, because the bulk of the money has to come for the release of the retired general. And according to what we heard, they said he died because of complication of hypertension and diabetes. It's quite unfortunate. May his soul rest in perfect peace. And then I want to talk about Shore. When you see that video, I just laugh. You are not the only one that they tear gas. Why only you fell down like that? And then they now carry you and you are also adjusting your glasses. I thought they said you fainted. Sometimes I don't understand what this man wants. You are committing everything protest here, and your family and your children, they are safe in America. And everything, sometimes I wonder these young people, they follow them. Don't they have work to do? Or don't they have something to do for their own life? When the so-called man you are following is living in a 5-star hotel for years now, do you know how much he will pay per night in a 5-star hotel? How does he get the money? What kind of job is he doing? And you will be shouting and following this kind of man. Sometimes I think some young people, sometimes they don't want to build their life, because no government will tell you how to live your life. It is you that, whether you find a work or not, you have to find something to do to better your life. So I don't get it sometimes. So you continue to protest the tear gas. You are not going to be the first person to be tear gas. I wish she's okay now, but if it's not okay, she just sit down and think about everything. Because when you remember people like MKO Abiola, he won the election, he was incarcerated. He was the richest man in Nigeria at that time. But before we can turn around, there was an announcement, he passed away. Nigeria continued to live. The people in that country also continue to live. When you are still living, you have a hope. But when you are gone, it's over. People move on quickly. So if anything happened to him, I hope and I wish nothing bad happened to him. But you should just, you want to rule a country, and that is the kind of example you can show to the majority of Nigerians. You don't know how to talk. You talk down on people. You never see anything good in that country. Anything that the government is doing is terrible to you. You are the only dictator that knows everything. Ah, gosh, I sometimes I wonder how some youth think, follow this kind of men in the base of we're activists, we're agitating. What are you even agitating for? If you say you are agitating, Nigeria, no matter how bad it is, we can see that visible improvement. Government is a continuum. Some will come in. Before Buhari came in on board, there was no second Niger bridge. There was no this Ibadan, Lagos to Ibadan, standard gauge rail line. There was none. After him, we had it. It didn't handle insecurity very well. Now we have the present government that is constructing road network all across the federation. Everybody can see it clearly. So it will do its part, whether it's going to spend 4 years or 8 years, it will do its part and it will move on. Another government will come in. So the people should always think about what kind of policies the government putting on ground. How can I make something for myself? Not everybody too emotional, too sentimental every time, every now and then. Nigerians are like that, abusing people, insulting people left and right. If your tribesman is not the president today, maybe in the future, it can be from your side. It will do its part, it will move on. Whether you like Tinubu or you don't like Tinubu, whether you like Obi or you don't like Obi, it's in their record. They are past governor of a state. They had it. What have you gotten? Nothing. Just shouting. How has your life improved personally? So sometimes I don't know whether majority of Nigerians think this way. Because these are just men. They build, they continue to build on whatever they have. And you shout, you insult people, you make enemy of other people because they don't like the guy you like. That is not life. The so-called the United States of America, they voted for Trump. Not all of them like him, but once he became their president, they will rally around him, even if he's not doing anything good or the way they like it. They will not go there and be insulting and talking trash about their country. Now, sometimes, so you see a lot of Nigerians in prison in Ethiopia. This government, through the minister, they were able to do
one man, are you there? One man, are you there? Hello, one man. Okay.
So they were. I will conclude, and anybody can come in. So maybe President can come in. So in conclusion, so I think, and I also mentioned before that ADC through Atiku, they already pencil Amishi because they have two puppet masters. One is Amishi and the other one is El-Rufai. They did not have Peter Obi in mind from day one because they know that 6 million votes is a ruse. It cannot repeat it again. They knew. Just cage him, put him to our side, accommodate the excesses of his followers. Maybe we can garner some votes from the southeast with the vote of the north and some pocket of votes from the other south area or maybe southwest or south. Then Atiku will become the president. And EOB knew from day one, but he walks into that trap. Now they have gotten you, and it's very easy. Just present the case to Nigerian. This is the man you want to trust, a man that is jumping party to party, 1 year, 3 parties, campaigning for 3 different parties. Is this the man you want to trust? This is not a man. Even an average Nigerian will agree and accept that this is not a man for the top job, for a complex country like Nigeria. No. So I think they got him, and he himself knew. So don't go and write it down today. Most of the utterances that will be coming out from Obi will be utterances that will not improve his chances of winning the election because he knew he cannot win. So I will stop here so that others can talk. Thank you.
One man, or is it our friend from Australia? What is this guy's name? Anyway, one man, are you there? Oh my goodness, one man's not there. All right, so I know maybe I'm the only person here that is Obi leaning here. I know the majority of you, even Prince Daddy, all of you've been talking. You've said so much things, like you care about Obi chances or not. I don't even know if you really care. Well, you will have to use your APC line to support whatever you want to say. That's your view. That's your opinion. So, Bishop, are you there?
Rashomon, I'm not Agbado. I don't know what you mean by what you're talking about.
You're not Agbado. What are you then? You're not Agbado. You are articulated as it. Articulated Agbado. Is that what you
Prince Daddy, if you have not made your submission, you should be the next person to make your submission. If you have not.
I mean, I don't have anything to say.
Go on. Well, Prince Daddy, if you want to say something to say.
No, you can talk. Now, I was going to, actually, you know what? Let me make a comment. Rashomon, you were almost right when you talked to one man earlier about what that guy was talking about, Patrick, in terms of the way they do the name and whatnot. One man thinks our database is like super secured. If you have your biometrics, that means they can infiltrate or do some mago. That's not true. That's what I was going to tell one man. So your biometric remains the same, but they can still go to the database and change the name or do whatever they want to do. He doesn't know that.
Yes, you can. Yes, I mean, I did. My dad had issues with the name and some of the some biometrics. We had to go change it, and we paid through the nose to have that change. So if it's a country that is secure, that has their database figured out, I mean, why would people? I mean, well, I know maybe there's room for error sometimes. So, but then, yeah, that tells you that there's a lot going on. That is why the U.S. government does not really recognize some of our documentation that we provide during immigration process. Even though they accept it, they have to go and investigate it. Like for example, if you are providing like a divorce decree here in the United States, they will have to go investigate. They have investigators in the U.S. consulate and embassies in Nigeria. They'll go do investigations. I have people here that they are stuck.
I think the Nigerian government
fake divorce decree.
I think Nigerian government have made it much easier now. For example, if you want to authenticate, that's what I want to tell you. If you want to authenticate your bachelor degree or whatever you have in Nigeria, you have to go through the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Finance. Even if you want to authenticate your international passport, because sometimes the country you want to immigrate to, they also ask you to authenticate your international passport. So you have to go to the Nigerian Immigration Service, and they know how to do that. You have to. So for the Minister of Finance, you go there with that bachelor certificate, and then they will put a seal, a Federal Minister of Finance seal on top of it. I mean the copy of it. The same thing.
We're not talking about those documents.
So it's a good way.
We're not talking about those documents. Those ones we know of those. So it's not new to us.
Police record. How do you do police record in Nigeria?
Good example. Asking for about police record.
I think if you go for police, I've never done something like that, but I think maybe you also have to go to the court to get a kind of affidavit before you go to the police to do that. Police, I don't know how they go about it. I'm sorry, I don't know. So, but I know that if you go to the competent court in Nigeria to get an affidavit or whatever to back whatever you want to claim, and then for you to get a police record in Nigeria, I don't know how they do. Maybe you have to go to
No, no, no.
provisional.
Here's my point. The point is not about getting a police record. The point is that do we have a database that tracks crimes and people's offenses? That's what it means. Do we have such a database? So if you go to the police record, they put your record and say, oh, this guy's got some felony, some this and that. Do we have that?
I don't think they have that database, but maybe they can have a record of a criminal they have been looking for. But having a database that this person have committed this crime or that, I'm not sure. Even they have, it's not soundproof enough. It's not good enough.
Yet we do have. Is it what it should be yet? No. But there is a record of if you are what do you call it now, a convict before. There is a record. A few months ago, a certain Nigerian citizen in one African country that was convicted and escaped jail applied for something. Maybe he did not know while he was trying to do his documentation. He was picked. That and he was rearrested.
So,
I'm coming.
All right. Okay, Karen,
system,
land that point, and then we'll have that debate, and then
the system is never perfect. It improves gradually. Everybody can build on what is there before. We are very far from it, but I believe very strongly that we are making tiny progress. Yes, I want a situation whereby you can put any name on a database in Nigeria and you will know whether that person is a felon, he's wanted, he has committed any crime, he has served a jail term, and blah, blah, blah. There are some you will see here, but there are so many things too, even in the Western world, that you will not see. You can look for some name from heaven and earth. They have removed everything. You won't see it, even though they have served time. You check everywhere, you check the pattern, some are easy one, petty ones. You always see the record, but there are some, if they really make effort, they will wipe it clean. Nothing you will do, you won't see that record.
Here, you can expunge your record if you can expunge.
But that's what I'm saying. So if some people can actually,
if you go to the police station,
if some people can actually expunge,
there's a process for that. It's not
if some people can actually
sorry, just allow Prince.
Yeah, one can expunge that record, but if you go to the police station, if you commit a crime, they have a way by a social security number to get all that information to the database. So when you go do a police report here, it's not about if you commit a crime or not. It's about they're going to pull your record based on the unique ID number, right? Your social security number, right? And it's going to show, oh, no crime, no whatever, child molestation or whatever. It's going to show clean record, but you have a record. Everybody has a record. If it's clean or not, that's another question. And I was calling your name earlier, one man. What you said earlier, our database, I wish Allah was here, is not foolproof. When you're having a debate with, I think, Patrick or the other guy earlier. If you capture the biometrics, that's kind of your primary key. You can say in the database, that is fine. But because you can't change that, your fingerprints or whatever, your facial recognition, you can't change it. But you can still go into the same database and change the name associated with the biometrics. Do you know that? And the Nigerian system is not that foolproof. I'm telling you a fact, actually. This is not a question. I'm telling you what's going on. So the people that have access to the database, they can still manipulate, actually. They can still manipulate that. You'd be surprised what they do in that country. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me say real quick. So it's true. There are some people, that's what I'm saying. You see, when they started this name, woman, I know you want to move on. Let me say this real quick. When they started this name, many business centers were doing it. I mean, what kind of a country runs things like that? With just ordinary business center, you can go and do something like that there. But I can understand back then, maybe because they were trying to encourage people to go to do their BV and all that, their name that time. But my point is this, is that you cannot be giving your personal information to just random people. And even in the process, like my own dad's case, his names were messed up. They use his middle name for his first name. I mean, I don't know, maybe the way they asked him the question, that was why the whole thing got messed up. But we have to go ask and then go swear affidavit and all of that, so as for us to be able to show that yes, these things were just mixed up. So, well, the point I'm trying to make is that Nigeria need to streamline the way they do sensitive materials like that, because things like that, most countries will not respect it, because they know that anybody can just walk into Nigeria and claim to be a Nigerian and just obtain that. That is why they should have enforced this rule of when you give birth, like my kids, when I give birth to them here in the United States, immediately they issue them a birth certificate at the point of when they were born. So that is what I will use to go to any place. If I have to go get a passport for them, I'll have to use that and go to maybe a post office where we usually do our passports here, and then I'll just show it, and then they'll just issue after filling out the form, they issue a U.S. ID card to her or maybe him, and what's it called, a passport, as the case may be. So my point is that we need to take those kind of things as sensitive, because anybody can just come in and claim to be a Nigerian who has maybe committed crime in some other country, as long as you look like a Nigerian, like from the northern part of Nigeria or from Benin Republic or from Cameroon, they would just claim to be a Nigerian. So that's what I'm saying here. Woman.
All right. So Bishop, back to you. So Bishop, land that point, and then maybe we have that conversation with Rational Mind and yourself if you're still keen on it.
I don't remember that point anymore. I don't even forget.
All right, let's do this then. So we're going to have this. It's just a mini debate between Rational Mind and Bishop. It's a conversation that carries over from. They were sort of going back and forth between it, but they couldn't really establish positions. So we're going to do it this way. So we're going to be doing it in gentleman rules. That's what we're going to be applying. Gentleman rules. So we can disagree without being Simba Toba Abejo, if you can come up, we can disagree without being disagreeable. So disagreement is allowed, but not being disagreeable. Gentlemen rules. So Rational Mind will set the tone. He will get 2 minutes to flesh out what the conversation is, and then Bishop will get 2 minutes to respond to what Rational Mind fleshes out, and then they'll have about 5 minutes to have a back and forth conversation. Rational Mind, floor is yours.
Thank you, Oman, for the opportunity to have this conversation with Bishop. A few days ago, when I came here and I was trying to make a point around what the National Assembly did, the coup d'etat they've done, they've set in motion to rig the election, this upcoming election. And he was like saying, no, where is his facts? Well, go and bring your facts. Okay, I'll bring him your facts. So I don't know if you can help us get, I don't know, because I don't have the, in fact, according to this former INEC man that was their educational or training, whatever, said they did not even they did not even publish it. But I don't think by now, maybe they must have published the one that's Tinubu signed into law. Now, section 63, there's a subsection there, 1 and 2. That's where I'm going. I think there's another text, under section 138. I'm gonna have to look at my note here where it says something about, section 63 says the presiding officer or the officer is collation officer, I mean, not the collation officer, the polling officer can allow anybody to vote, even if there's not, at his own discretion, he can allow them to drop any ballot boxes, even though there's no, it doesn't carry INEC's logo on it. So, and that's what the point I was trying to make. That so, which means anybody can just bring any Mama Alakara book and just put his thumbprint on it and is voting. That's what it means. There's a first section there, section 1. There, I mean, subsection 1 says that the polling officer shall not allow anybody to vote who is not accredited. But at his, and then section 2 now says, at his own discretion, the voting officer can allow that if he deems that as something he can allow. So now 138 now says that no, if it becomes a litigation in court, says that they will not use, they would, like before, whereby they use oral evidence by interviewing people that were part of the whole election process to come and give oral evidence. When I says no, they don't need that whatever INEC provide, any evidence that INEC provide in form of documentation will be that which will be used in court. That to me, those two is that one of the two processes that APC has set in motion to compromise this coming election, and they're going to rig it. Besides even the IREV that the Supreme Court has said, oh, it's just an entertainment center for people to go and view, which was not what, well, it's okay, that is debatable and debated. So that's that's evidence I'm trying to bring to him. So I want him to give me what he has, because he was saying that, no, it's a lie. I think that was a word. Maybe I'm starting to be corrected, but I think that's the word he used. Maybe he didn't say lie, but there's a way he said it, said maybe like, oh, I'm just spewing crap. So if you have anything contrary to what I just said, bring it on.
Where is the moderator now?
So sorry, Bishop. So I was actually trying to look up that section 63 as Rational Mind was speaking. So you get your 2 minutes to respond to Rational Mind.
Well, unfortunately, I know he set this up, but that's fine. I actually wanted to object to it, but if it's going to be this cordial, are we obliged? Thank you, Rational Man. Number one, your grouse is with 3 sessions, and I believe if you provide context, I think I've had those conversations before. I'll be able to provide answers. I didn't hear the second one. Section, what did you quote again? The middle one after the first one.
138.
No, before 138, you mentioned one.
Section 63.
Yeah, after 63, you mentioned one before 138.
163 say, 163. There's a section, subsection 1 and 2.
Okay.
Let me read that if you don't mind. If you don't mind me, I read that.
Yes, I will. You will definitely.
Okay, go on.
So 1 and 2. Go ahead.
So it says here that subsection 2, subject to subsection 2. That's I'm reading subsection. Oh, let me start again. Section 63 says rejection of ballot papers without official mark. Now it says subsection 1 says subject to subsection 2, a ballot paper which does not bear the official mark prescribed by the commissioner shall not be counted. Shall not be counted. Now, subsection. So now that's subsection 2 that it says subject to that. It says where the returning officer is satisfied that a ballot paper which does not bear the official mark from a book of ballots which was furnished. I'm trying to look at it here because I just can't see it here. To the presiding officer of the polling unit in which the vote was cast for use at the election is in question. He or she shall, notwithstanding the absence of the official mark, count that ballot paper.
Okay, now, so this is it. Unfortunately, I'm trying to make to understand what you were reading, but I think I have an idea of it. So this is what happened. Before now, our voting, what do you call it, a ballot paper is the same. At some point, we were doing state color coding by state, but all of them are the same. So they will use stamp. There is one round stamp by the presiding officer that we used to stamp and sign to authenticate that these are the marks. That was before. So there was an improvement in the last election, which every ballot paper now is now customized to the polling unit. So if you are going to Tanimola local government in Bishop Ward unit, Rational Mind, your ballot paper is customized to your unit. So it does not require the voting agent or the whatever electoral officer there to start stamping and signing it again, because that your ballot paper cannot be used in any other place. So The idea of, oh, it must be stamped or not stamped, is not there, because you cannot bring a ballot paper from any other place, because now all of them have been coded. They have code, and your ballot paper is already synchronized with the beavers, so that no ballot paper can come from any other place. So it's like saying, I don't know what to use to example it. So that exemption is just stating the obvious, that anomaly, that disease that want to be cured has already been cured by customizing the ballot paper. So the need for the agent shall stamp, shall authenticate, shall this is no longer, in as much that the man can read and he has read that this ballot paper belongs to this unit. He has no objection whether it is signed or not signed, because both the code, both the color code, both the number is already customized. Now, sometimes
we're not talking about color coding. I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about on the ballot paper. It says INEC.
That's what I'm saying. I said, if you listened to me, and I've repeated it about three times
you said
now.
stamping now. You said stamping. It has to be a stamp.
All right. Hold on. Let me read this section, and then you can have like a 5-6 minutes conversation around it. So this is section 650. It's actually a carryover from what already obtained. It says section 63 of the Nigerian Electoral Law 2022, titled Rejection of Ballot Paper Without Official Mark. So the first law, it says a ballot paper that does not carry the official mark prescribed by INEC shall not be counted. So that's the law. So this is now the exemption. It says, however, if the returning officer is satisfied that the ballot paper came from the official book of INEC papers supplied to the polling unit for that election, the ballot paper may still be counted despite the absence of the official mark. So what is quite clear. Let me just read it one more time. It says, the law, a ballot paper that does not carry the official mark prescribed by INEC shall not be counted. This is the exemption. It says, however, if the returning officer is satisfied that the ballot paper came from the official book of ballot papers supplied to the polling unit for that election, the ballot paper may still be counted despite the absence of the official mark.
So what I'm saying now, in effect, what I said, and I'm repeating it, is that you see that booklet that is to that polling unit is unique to that polling unit. There is no any other one anywhere in Nigeria that is like that. You cannot take that one and go and use in another place. You cannot bring any other one from.
Sorry, Bishop, that's not where the law is. The law is saying if a ballot paper does not essentially carry the official markings from INEC, it may still be counted.
That's not, you are missing it. Just read, if you let me land, please.
Okay.
So I will repeat myself again.
Okay.
Before, our ballot paper are the same across local governments, all the local governments, and the wards they are the same. So somebody can carry, but at the unit, the electoral officer or the returning officer, we now use one stamp to stamp each ballot papers, each and every one of them. He will stamp them and sign them. That is the official mark now. That stamp that you will put for ink pad and put on the ballot paper. That is the mark. But what they have now done is this: they have gone a step further by now customizing that ballot paper, that booklet that is coming to your unit for that day election. That booklet cannot be used in any other place because it has been customized by color coding and a code number. In it is an embedded security feature such that ballot paper cannot be used any other place, and any other ballot paper cannot be imported, which has necessarily nullified the need of having to stamp it and sign it manually. I don't know if other people are listening to me. It has removed that process, that manual process, because now a ballot paper is customized to. It is an improvement. Maybe we are not where we are going yet, but it's
all right. No, hold on, Bishop. Don't expand beyond. I think you've established that point. Rational mind respond.
Well, woman, I don't know what our friend is talking about. I just trying to understand. But he said something about stamping, which means when you vote, I guess, for example, I go after they accredit me, and then I get a ballot paper, I thumbprint on it. I have to drop it in the ballot box, right? So at what point would he have to stamp on it?
Okay, so let me answer you. So before now, your ballot paper, the booklet in the hand of the electoral officer, he opens all of them and stamp them one after the other, then sign them. Before now.
Is that what is meant by the official mark?
Yeah, that's the official mark. That's stamp. That is the official mark. He stamps them and signs them. That is before now. Because that stamp, that his signature must stay that that unit. But at the same time, people can take it and use in another polling booth. But now they have tried to improve, maybe not perfect, such that it is customized to that place. So that signing and stamping is no longer necessary, in quotes, because that ballot paper is useless. Immediately you take it outside of that polling booth. And the truth is this, you see, when we take things apart, I mean, we break things down, and we can actually appreciate some gradual little improvement in different sectors. We may not be generally, we may not agree with the whole thing, but if we identify literally, I see it as an improvement.
All right. Sorry, I think the point has been made. Do you understand what Bishop is saying? So I'm not quite sure that you are aware of what is just. I wasn't aware.
I'm not aware. I'm hearing this for the first time. I don't know if anybody, because I've seen ballot papers. I've not seen any, like, besides on the top of the ballot that says INEC whatever form whatever, and then I don't know. I've never seen, if anybody in the platform or in the comment section, please leave us something, because I can't remember ever seeing something like that.
I think I'm aware, and I think Bishop is right.
Okay,
the new ballot paper does not need stamping or signing anymore. And what they have done is a very good improvement. And that is why you do not see a lot of people go to court of law and trying to present a ballot paper like before. Because this time around, they make sure that every ballot paper is synchronized to a ward. So maybe Ward 1 will be different from Ward 2 or Ward 3 in the same local government. And I think that is a beauty to behold. So it's right, if you understand.
Well, I won't agree it's right, because I will just take what he said. I would accept it for now. I'm not saying it's right.
Okay. You guys can continue.
My point is this. Woman, I know you want to really move on. So my point is this.
No, carry on, because
what I'm
think
reading is different from what he's saying. But if that mark, like he's saying, is a stamp, because if it says stamp or whatever, I don't know, maybe it should have been very clear that it says it's a stamp that have to be there. But I've never seen a ballot paper that has a stamp on it. Or maybe they give them before they leave the centers where they're giving the materials, and they have to sit down and stamp every page. I don't know of that. I don't know if there's anything like that. But my point is this: is that is dangerous. That if you're leaving something at the discretion of someone, you know, the Nigerian election, we've seen.
But there's no discretion in what there's no discretion in what
Section 2 says it. Section 2 says it. Section 2, subsection 2 rather. Did you read it?
No.
Okay, go on, please.
No, sorry. Yes. Let me just. I just want to make sure I'm on the section. Oh, hold on.
Can I read something out, please?
Yeah, go on.
While you are looking for that. Good. Yeah. I just scrambled now to look at and go with something. So I want to read from the chairman of the Electoral Committee of the National Assembly, and then at the forum when they are having a conversation, and this is what he said. He said that ballot should not be discarded simply because the presiding officer refused to stand there, provided they can be traced to the correct booklet at the polling unit. Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, yes, we heard that.
We heard that.
And also the section that rational mind is contending, it also corroborates what Bishop is just saying there. So listen, it says, however, if the returning officer is satisfied that the ballot paper came from the official book of ballot papers supplied to the polling unit for that election, so that aligns with what Bishop is saying, that they have coded it in such a way that each polling unit has unique features that identifies the ballot paper to that polling unit. So the moment it leaves that polling unit, it becomes redundant, except it's exercised within that polling unit. And then the need then for anybody to stamp it or not is no longer as pressing as it previously was.
Okay, so that we move forward.
Okay. So having said that, if that's what it is, then from what you guys are bringing up, if that's what it really is, and so how do we explain the 139 and 138?
Tell me about it.
Hold on. Let me land, please. So 138, where it talks about, let me read it here if I'm still having it in front of me. Woman, if you can let us bring it up, that'll be great. I think I lost that page already.
Section 138.
138. Now it says here, it says grounds of petitions, because like we're talking about now, if it has INEC logo on it, it's just that stamp, it's not there. And like I said, it's part of the official booklet that was issued, because that one right there too, there is still problem there, because if you're allowing something, well, it's okay. Let me not just give a hypothetical situation, but it's possible. And like I said, it's at the discretion of that officer. Now, if it become a petition, a ground for petition, look at what section 138 says here. 2 here. It says an act or omission which may be contrary to an instruction or directive of the commission or of the officer appointed for the purpose of the election, but which is not contrary to the provisions of this act, shall not of itself be a ground for questioning the election.
Can you go back again and read again, please?
An act or omission. Okay, I read it again. An act or an omission which may be contrary to an instruction or directive of the commission or of an officer appointed for the purpose of the election, but which is not contrary to the provisions of this act, shall not of itself be a ground for questioning the election. Or what I want to read it there so that maybe the way I'm reading it's too dogo-turenchi or maybe whatever. So
I'm trying to bring it up more. My system is bringing up.
The inference we can draw from this is this: that if there's a mago, somebody, a candidate is questioning the way the election was conducted, and the presiding officer that was there who officiated over the election. Now, in fact, there's another subsection. In fact, there's another section 137. That one also has another thing that bears more on this. What I'm even talking about. 137. Bring 137 and 138 together. Bring them up together. Now, what it means is that you would not question the presiding officer, because in election tribunal that we've seen, electoral officers have been come and identify ballot papers or whatever from ECA, whatever they call it. Did you sign this? And it says no, or these are my identify this signature. Is this your signature? Yes or no, as it would case may be. You can do that before, but now in this new electoral law, even especially that 137, when you put 137 and 138 together, you can understand that what they are saying now is that you don't need to call, or you cannot call a presiding officer to come and give oral testimony. Whatever INEC provides to you.
Okay, so this is it. I actually was. I wanted you to read it again so that I can get a grasp of it, but that's fine. So this is my thinking of it. So you are talking about the oral evidence. Now, there's always been a contention or contestations about the role of INEC in electoral disputes. Before, there is always a presumption that any election that INEC declares is correct. So it is the people that want to prove. It is the onus before is on the defendant, the litigants, people that are litigating against INEC and the winner, to prove that they actually won. And INEC is always defending that that the winner they declared is the winner. So it's like INEC has already taken side by our constitution already, ab initio, that look what we did. But they are now changing it. And if you read very deeply and you read with an open mind, it is still an improvement. And I will tell you why. The onus is now coming on INEC, not just to defend the person that they declare as the winner, but to defend that they have actually carried out that election or that exercise in full total compliance with the law. So it is bringing more onus, responsibility on INEC as the body, not on an individual that will representing INEC at the polling unit or at the ward level or at the collation center or whatever. No, because in most instances, some of them, especially the ad hoc staff, NYSC, blah, 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 some civil servants are compromised. So it is putting more burden, more responsibility on INEC. INEC, the onus is on you to come and prove that what you have done. Don't push the owner on the litigant, the one that is complaining that he has been robbed, that is the one that should go and be bringing this and bringing that, and some of them cannot, and that's why the cost of litigation is so huge on them. So for me, except somebody
that's not what that place is saying. That's not what this explanation you're giving. It's it's relevant.
Can you please, one man? I wish I can see where that place is and read it myself.
I think it's relevant what you are trying to explain.
Sorry, Rashnama, you said section. Hold on. You said section 38, then 37.
Yeah.
So it says under the Electoral Act 2026, signed by President Tinubu on the 18th of February, section. No, this one has gone to look for. Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. I went to look for 138. Sorry. Carry on. I'll do it again. Carry on.
So my point is
it's 138.
138 and 137.
Oh, did you say 138?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Let us read. Hold on, my woman, please. Let us read 137 and 138 together, both of them, please.
All right. I've got 138 on the screen already. So let me read that. It says, so this is section 138. It says, under the Electoral Act signed by President Tinubu on the 18th of February 2026, section 138 sets out the grounds on which an election may be challenged in an election petition. So what are the grounds? So the key provisions are section 138 sub 1, an election may be questioned only on the grounds that A, the election was invalid because of corrupt practices or non-compliance with the provisions of the Act, or B, the respondent was not duly elected by a majority of lawful votes cast. A major controversy surrounding the new section 138 is that it reportedly removed the former provision that allowed certain qualification-related challenges, including allegations of certificate forgery, etc., on grounds of so that's that. Report on the act also indicates that an action that merely violates an INEC guideline or directive without violating the Electoral Act itself may not be sufficient grounds to invalidate an election under section 138. A petition filed on grounds not recognized by the Act may attract financial penalties against the petitioner and counsel. So that's 138. This is 137. Section 137 of the.
I think you need to still continue going. Subsection 2. I think it should be a subsection 2.
Oh, I think this just gives me a pre-seal. It's not actually from the Act itself. This is just I pulled it from Chat GPT.
Okay, let's look at 137. I think you're under. It's under that what you're looking at. Let's look at.
All right, 137. Section 137 of the Electoral Act 2026, as signed by President Tinubu, is titled "Persons Entitled to Present Election Petition." It provides that 1. An election petition may be presented by a candidate in an election or a political party that participated in the election. 2. Any person whose election is being challenged is referred to as the respondent. 3. Where the petition complains about the conduct of an electoral officer, presiding officer, or returning officer, it is not necessary to join that officer personally as a respondent. Instead, INEC shall A, be made a respondent, and B, be deemed to defend the petition on its own behalf or on behalf of the officers. So
you see what I'm trying to say now. So they don't have to call the presiding officer or whoever made the document or signed the document to just present it as it is, that this is what was provided to us. But we've seen in instances in the past where election tribunal has been won based on the oral evidence that corroborates what was said with experts. Like, is that Oshun, the one that brought Arek Beshola? Case in point, I think Arek Beshola something too. Or something. They have to bring in experts to read, is it the signatures and things like that, just as to show if they really signed those things or if that was smuggled in. And that was how they were able to win that election.
No, that was not what happened.
Maybe
Sorry. Let me tell you what happened.
My point is this: I'm not trying to say. Maybe I'm just giving an example of that Arek Beshola on one of the election tribunal.
I know
instances whereby they bring in officers who. Okay, go on, please.
I say let me just correct.
Sorry, Bishop, respond to him, but let's not go specifically into Arek Beshola.
No, I just want to correct. He put something. I would have finished now.
Yeah, hold on. You now get the right to respond, so you don't even have to do a snapshot. But go to the central theme rather than let's go to Arek Beshola, because that would take us out of the conversation.
No, I'm not going out. If you take me 30 seconds, I would have finished this thing. What the forensic experts analyzed were not signature, they were the thumb printed ballots. That they saw that same ballots on ballots completed more than 1,000, the same person, just like somebody just carry one booklet, just complete. So it was the thumbprint. That was what the forensic experts that were brought in from the UK did in Arek. But that's by the way. Back to the what we were saying. You just Rationama just corroborated what I'm saying. We are speaking in different languages, perhaps. Now, before it is very cumbersome. The onus is on the litigants. Somebody will don't lose election. Now you go come prove, say INEC is always defensive. Defensively defending what they have done. And they are calling, it is now on the individual. They are now saying INEC should take more responsibility. By this act, is giving more responsibility to INEC. It is not your agent. You are responsible for your agent. Whatever your agent does, your polling booth agent, whatever, you will be held responsible for it. It is you that must now come and defend how you have conducted the election and prove to us that you have conducted the election in substantial compliance with the law. So it's going to shorten the time of having to call all manner of, as a presidential tribunal, the volume of proof and evidence that you need, the number of people. And that is why the length of our electoral litigation is unnecessarily long. One of the things they were doing was to shorten it so that this idea of everybody is saying that, look, we must be able to conclude electoral litigation before the person is sworn in, because immediately the person is sworn in, but can we now say we will have to conduct election 1 year or 18 months before the next something? No, now. So they are trying to reduce the grants, anything that could have been taken care of before the election. For example, the issue of this one that people say, forged certificate can no longer be granted for. That's not correct. It is reading it the other way around. What they are saying that there are certain things that should be pre-election. Certificate is not something that just happened after the election. The man has submitted it. So if you have any reason, question it before the election. Let it be a pre-election matter so that we reduce.
You cannot cancel. You can.
So that we reduce.
Somebody cannot challenge such. There's never been a time like that, because they will use this medicine.
It means that
To do. We saw that in the case of what's it called, the president, vice president, when somebody came up with that, which was election matters.
Which what?
I mean, he was a candidate in two. Was it? He was running for a Senate seat or something like that, and he was running for vice president. You cannot do that. And somebody said they are medicine interloper. So, you see, my point is this: there's a lot of flaws. But go on, make your submission, please. I'm sorry. Go on.
What I'm saying, my submission is this. Number one, I wanted to make a reference because maybe we have exhausted that time. I wanted to make a reference to what you said in your opening remark that National Assembly committed a coup against the people of Nigeria by that electoral act. I think that is an unfair, sweeping, or the condemnation of what they did. In our almighty America, they have had over 27 constitutional amendments, and they are still improving. Just recently, Trump even mooted the idea of federalizing their election, taking election away from the states again. I don't know if that one is going to pass. It is not perfect. They keep improving every day. And my position is this: our election or electoral laws have been improving tremendously since 1999. Every year it keeps improving. You know, it's just like building the society. Every layer of block, facet by facet, one step at a time. Whether you wobble, whether you stumble, but we are making progress. And I dare anybody, and I've said it and I'll repeat it again for the umpteenth time, our election of 2023 was far improved than 2019. 2019 was better than 2015. 2015 was better than 2011. 2011 was, 2007 perhaps was the worst election we've had in recent times. Many people that were beneficiaries of it will not want to admit, but that is the truth. But ever since then, we have been gradual, steady improvement. Are we there? No. But every step of the way, there has been an improvement. This one that we're discussing, finally, this one that we're discussing now, I will spend time, but I want to assure you, rational mind, that even though the outcome might not suit you today, maybe because you have a partisan position, the intention is very noble. And if you read very well, without bias, if you read with an open mind, you will see the value in what they are trying to, what we are trying to do. We are all patriots and we are passionate about it.
All right, Bishop, thank you. So, rational mind, you have 2 minutes to give your final remark and then we'll shut it down.
Well, thank you so much, Thank you for letting us have this conversation. Well, I kind of at least get a clarity on that aspect of the marking that they said we should have on the ballots. And if really, like they said, it's what it is, that it's just a stamp that should be on each ballots papers before even it's being given out to voters. If that's what it is, well, I concede that. But then my point is that discretion that they're giving it to that officer to do allowed people to vote, even though it doesn't have. I mean, if you feel that, okay, this guy, this does not have, no, we can't count it. We cannot count it. But if you say it's from the list of, we've seen instances in the past of people who have moles within the INEC that could tell them the serial number of so units. We've had that cases. There have been cases, many electoral tribunals whereby they have to discount. I mean, what did I say? Discount. You have to cancel some of those ballot papers because they felt that those ballot papers were not real. So why would there be missing? It's okay. I know this thing, we can flip it anyhow. Trust APC. I know them very well. They must have done they have their in-house strategies that really think all these things out. And, because we know the National Assembly is a rubber stamp. But my point is that for me, when I call it a coup, it's a coup against the Nigerian people. Because overwhelmingly, when they were doing their hearing, the Senate hearing and the National Assembly hearing, they were asking people overwhelmingly. They said they wanted the high ref to be a viewing portal for everybody, so that they will use that as a basis for them to declare whoever won. But now we saw what they did on that. And then one of this, and our friend was saying that this is a progress. It's not a progress; it's a retrogression. This current act is a retrogression from what was previously done. Case in point is what we just saw, that you cannot challenge.
All right, one more minute, Rational Mind.
You cannot challenge people on the ground.
To go to bed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so you cannot challenge people on the ground of this and that, like we saw. That used to be there before. And our friend was saying that it should have been a pre-election matter. When you know that there's what they call medicine interloper, that Obi cannot challenge Tinubu, say Tinubu, you don't have a certificate because it's not in his party. So there's somebody in his party that probably can do that. But now you cannot do that in the tribunal. So what does that tell you? In conclusion, one man, for me, it's up to Nigerians as we're having this debate to figure out within the area, read between the line that these guys, they just perfect their act of ringing. Thank you so much, one man. I yield.
Oh, all right, thank you, Rational Mind, and thank you, Bishop, as well. So that was excellently done by the two of you. So you can have a conversation and agree to disagree. So that was it. I hope we were able to expand a little bit on that space. No doubt we'll still revisit it in our conversations to come. But this conversation in particular comes to an end for reasons that I need to get some sleep. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.